Zero. Hey everybody, this is Doc, joining you today from anyway. To be better than that. Hi Bart.
You should lean into it.
Okay, he says, "Oh, this week will be interesting. Wish I could edit and type quickly on my phone."
Yeah.
And Llama Lock says, "Hey Doc," and Trumpkin and Megalith are in the Twitch chat, so I've been waiting for the last 3 hours to do this. Okay. Oh gosh, coming up with all kinds of solar flares here. Hi there, guy. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Well, today is going to be an interesting episode. Today I'm going to try something that I've never done before. We're gonna go ahead, as you might have noticed, the thumbnail was absolutely obnoxious. The thumbnail, if you go look at it, is supposedly me in a Sonic the Hedgehog, costume.
Yep.
I guess. Okay.
People over on Twitch won't have seen that, unfortunately,
Oh, that's too bad.
because they don't get our thumbnail, but YouTube
yeah.
saw it.
You
You want me to put it up for them so they can see it? Put it up nice, big, and full screen.
Sure. Azakmi 007 says, "Hey Doc, great to you happy." Okay, that probably didn't translate all that well, but glad to have you here. Hopefully Robert will get the thumbnail up there. Really? Okay. Well, today, so what we're gonna do today is we're gonna do a speed run. We're gonna just, if we can get Robert to stop laughing so hard.
Sorry, go ahead.
Get Robert to stop laughing. Syrup 4 says, "I think you should always get an outfit matching the thumb." No, thanks. No.
You were a lot more amenable when it was Han Solo.
Yeah, that's true. So Foxy says, "Hi, thank you for coming."
Bart is an
Bart.
adorable Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah, there you go. The hedgehog, yes. Oh gosh, Kinsley says, "With thumbnail." Solar flare. Let's keep the swear words out, please. Oh, okay. I'm mentally assaulted by that thumbnail, Megalith says. All right. Well, you can see that I'm no longer in my office. I'm back at the Satisfactory main menu. So the way this is going to transpire is I'm going to hit new game, and I'm going to name the game. Can't unsee this. I'm going to just name the game Speedrun 1. I am going to start without the onboarding. So basically, the hub is going to be built.
So starting at tier 1 instead of 0.
Yes, starting at tier 1 instead of
Sure.
tier 0. And the first thing I'm going to do, we're going to start in the Rocky Desert. So we're not. Alexa, you missed it. You need to go at the beginning of the live stream and speed watch through the beginning part. It was too funny. Anybody that joins after that is gonna have missed something. So, alrighty, currently playing and doing okay. Good, Zakmi, and that's good. Good. Oh, so anyway, so I'm going to start a new game. I'm going to start at tier 1 instead of skip the onboarding. I'm going to start specifically in the Rocky Desert so that I can run to the Doggo Cave pick up the blade runners so that I can move around faster. In my research, I've got basically if I get through tier 1 and tier 2, we're going to put a 2-hour time limit on the game. So Robert's going to kind of to signpost how far we are in the stream. We're going to go for 2 hours in the stream, and then I'll go back to Doc Solo and play the rest of the live stream with Doc Solo. But so we want to see how far we can get with just doing what we have to get the tiers unlocked. Now we might even get into tier 3 because tier 3 is not all that difficult either. So tier 1 we start with plates, rods, and concrete, and wire. So those are the 4 things that we need for tier 1. Tier 2 adds to that screws and rotors and reinforced iron plate comes in there too. Yes, reinforced iron plate. So it adds rotors and reinforced iron plate. Tier 3, all it adds for the entire tier 3 is the modular frames. So literally we're going to speed run through those with those basic products, and we only need to unlock things that relate to iron, copper, and limestone. So when you break it down that simple, tiers 1 through 3 actually get quite doable if you can just focus on those 3 things and not get lost in the minutia that goes along with it. Now, along the way, of course, I'm going to have to make sure that I keep the lights on, and that's going to be its own challenge. Make sure I have enough biofuel along the way. So, how many steps you walked to, if you don't mind?
You walk. How many steps did you walk today?
I don't know.
It's rather early in the morning over here, so I haven't done too much.
Yeah, I walked from my my house about 20 steps to the studio and back and forth a couple times. So not too much today. So it's quite early in the morning. Okay, so let us move forward. Alexa saw Doc the Hedgehog. Okay, very good. So I'm going to start the new game just like promised. We're going to go ahead and go to the Rocky Desert. We're going to enter a name, and this is going to be Speed Run 1, and I'm gonna put the date that we do it to, Robert.
Sure.
Today's 5/20/2024. Nope, it's 25 already, isn't it?
Yeah.
Enable to skip the onboarding process. Start the game at tier 1. And ready, set. Do we need advanced game settings? We don't need advanced.
Nope.
Okay, start game 1. We're going to play kind of normal. Now, it does adopt the settings that I had before. We are in peaceful mode. I'm not going to be fighting monsters.
Upgrade 6. Landing platform hydraulics completed. Freighter landing initialized.
Okay.
Congratulations, you have completed onboarding and achieved the absolute minimum skill level required of a Fix-It pioneer.
Okay.
Fix-It looks forward to your future achievements, because a future with Fix-It is a future with you.
Okay.
Tier 1 and 2 milestones are now available in the hub, and biomass burners can now be built individually. Your first official objective is to initiate project assembly by building the space elevator. This objective will take a significant amount of resources, so Fix-It recommends getting to work.
Okay, so I'm going directly south. I am also going to pick up the slugs along the way because slugs end up being fairly critical in the early game. Not hypercritical, but if I make it
This
past...
seems to persist entirely through absorbing and storing energy from its surroundings. Studying this can
can't talk
provide
over
new
you.
methods for improving Fix-It production line efficiency. Store this potential resource for later use.
All right, so what I'm doing right now is I'm running to get into the into the doggo cave. And getting into the doggo cave will let me... there goes Ada again.
Potential edible collected. Eating it and surviving does not count as a valid field test and does not generate enough data for Fixit to make an informed decision. Store this potential resource for later use.
Okay, so I'm going to run to the doggo cave because it has a couple items that we would like to get. The first thing we're going to get is fairly close to the entrance of the cave. It's going to be the Blade Runners, and I'll put the Blade Runners on, and then we'll run a little further into the cave to another crash nest and get a Xenobasher, as well as a couple other articles.
Yeah, just some general supplies, right?
Yep, general supplies. So.
Yep, so Doc did a little bit of this off screen and was kind of planning it out his route and everything. I have never been into the Doggo Cave, so.
Yep, the Xenobasher is higher.
Yeah. Chase the Birdie says, no, it's 20-5, not 5-20. Grrr. Angry Euro noises. Yeah.
All right, Kinsley Horlings is here, and a name I can't pronounce is here.
Yeah, the slide jump is, but it takes a bit of extra little dexterity that's a bit of a struggle. So that's part of the reason why we're going for the Blade Runner. Make up for that.
All right.
You have 3 playthroughs and never knew about the Doggo Cave. Well, I have 3 playthrough and never knew about the Doggo Cave.
Okay, so this is an entrance to the cave back this direction, but without the Blade Runners, it's pretty much impossible to get through there. There is plenty of food around here.
Definitely gonna need that.
Okay.
Yeah, we were trying to get a timer worked out. We just didn't quite get it. Hopefully, for the next time we do a run, I'll be able to put a timer up on the screen. So.
All right, we are at the entrance that we can use to get into it, and that is going right up here. And first thing I'm going to do a little bit tricky, but you can get it right there.
Nice.
Then you got to be able to jump on it.
Yeah.
Oh,
The
come
Doggo
on.
Cave, this cave is called the Doggo Cave because there's a whole bunch of doggos in here. The
I don't
timer
know why
we're
it's called Doggo Cave.
Yep. The timer we're going to use will be the timestamp on the save file itself.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's why I didn't want to.
Nice. No.
Whoop. All right, try again. A little bit of a jumping puzzle to get it up there.
Yeah. Alexa says she came out with 6 doggos out of this cave when she did this. Yeah, I think you gotta jump that second one as well.
Yep, you got to jump the second one. Okay. I did it easily the first time I tried.
Yeah.
And obviously, since everybody's watching,
Yep.
is when I, start struggling. Okay, fine. Just take your time, Rick. Really? Come on.
Wow. So we do have a timer, and I'll go ahead and pop it up on the screen now, and I'll start filling in as soon as he hits the save. After getting the Blade Runners, I will put in the time there, and we'll just keep track of that. And during the next speed run, we'll try to beat these times, and we'll get more sophisticated over time. Yeah, we gotta jump this section as well. Jump it. Sometimes you'll make it just by mashing jump a few times.
Yes, and I was trying to mash jump a few times, but why did I have so easy time the first time? I didn't have to practice it at all. I just went up there
It
and
just
around
worked.
the corner. Yeah, it just worked. Oh, come on. Oh, really?
So just T-Rex Master, first time chat over on Twitch. Good to see you. He says, "Are you using a controller or a mouse and keyboard?"
I'm using a controller, a Razer controller.
No, you're using a mouse and keyboard right now. Come on. Okay.
Well be.
There we got it. Nice. Hey, Icy Knight, what is Doc trying to speedrun, he says?
What?
There we go. We're starting at one at the beginning and just trying to get through. Oh no.
Really?
We're just trying to get through as much progression as possible.
I need to sit back and relax.
Yeah.
Okay, come on. Just gotta relax. Relax, Rick.
Now where are you?
Yeah, where am I?
Oh, that's definitely the wrong direction. That's the right direction. Icy Knight says, "You don't relax in speedrunning?"
Obviously, I'll be able to improve my time getting the Blade Runners.
Would a second belt be useful?
One wide enough that I don't fall off.
Well, no, like this one's fine, but is there a second point that you could belt to?
I don't know of one. Oh, come on. Turn too early.
Yep. Yeah, and like Doc said, and during the test run, he made this like the first try once he got up there. Oh, you. Redstone Ninja says, "Yay! I get my wish. Should Doc speedrun?" You got it.
What happens? Okay.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Can we abandon this speed run? And
No. It just means we can improve it next time.
it just means that we can improve it next time, definitely.
Oh. So Chase the Birdie, there is a pair of Blade Runners and then a bunch of supplies. So those supplies will help out speed things up later, and of course, running faster really helps. So, and Megalith just redeemed a Butterfinger and a Hydrate for a little bit of mental support there for you.
Okay.
Yeah. Could you set down a foundation for that that gap that you have to jump? It's a real small. No,
I can't. Don't have foundations unlocked.
What? Starting with tier 1, you don't have foundations unlocked?
Tier 1.1 is unlocking the...
There we go.
So, no, can't lay a foundation down yet.
Hmm.
I'm surprised I can build a...
Okay. No foundations, no splitters. Man, not having splitters for a little bit is rough.
I can't believe that I can't even get through a jumping puzzle. I am just more than embarrassed.
Oh, well, your embarrassment's about to increase just a little bit more. I'm gonna have some fun with this. They wanted a Sonic outfit on you, Doc.
They like the Sonic outfit?
They asked for a Sonic outfit on
They
it.
did, huh?
They really did. They really wanted it.
So it's my audience that embarrassed me like that?
Yep. Well, we're gonna give you a little Sonic outfit. We're gonna,
Dew in the
Force doesn't
forest.
quite work
bee.
here. We're gonna have to work on that one.
To your right is doggo food. What does LD mean?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna have to work on the image a little bit, Doc. But there you go. You have a costume on.
No. Really? Fire the editor.
Yeah, I'll work on it. We'll bring it back later, okay? Gotta go fast, says Chase to Birdie. So Watergon asks, what's the goal of
Potential edible
speedrun?
collected.
Space
If
Elevator Phase
consumed
5,
before
all the Easter
authorized is
eggs.
compatible with the human digestive system by Fix-It, the consumer is responsible for any and all consequences. Store this potential resource.
I think
for later
we're
use.
just trying to see how fast we can get through the first couple of tiers.
Yep. Yeah, we're just seeing how fast we can get through, and obviously,
Right now, we're just setting baseline.
and I am so nervous I can't even jump up onto a conveyor.
There we go. Nice. Do it one more time. Harumph! Eat up. I think you should look at building a second conveyor to get around that area. Instead of trying to...
I jumped it last time.
I know, but the conveyor will just more consistent. So just from
Okay,
here
where
to
am I
there.
going to go?
The conveyor from here, just straight across that gap.
Logistics. There we go.
Okay.
Let's see. It's
This is the hard one. But you got it. Okay. See, this is the only parkour thing he has to do. You have to jump here. That's the hard one, although you didn't fall too far. It's a slope that doesn't look like it, but you have to jump it. There we go. This right there. Nice, there we got it. Hey, doggo. Ah, okay. Alexa, excellent. Okay, save game. $15.55. Okay.
And I'm picking up wood. It's not brush, just wood.
Yep.
Any other items of value here?
Yeah.
This one didn't really have anything of value except for the Blade Runners, if I remember right.
Okay. And are the Blade Runners equipped?
Not yet, but they.
Alexa says we should get Mama Doc to help out with the jumping puzzle because that was kind of her specialty.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so now we're going to the second one?
Yep, we're gonna go to the second one.
Okay. Okay, and Icy Knight confirmed that yes, this is only Blade Runners in this area.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay, water.
That's
Water
fine.
landing. That's okay.
Good, good, good. Watergun says that Doc should practice. We should play Mirror's Edge to practice parkour. that's a heavy parkour game. That's the entire core of the game.
Okay, keep track of the. All right, I needed to get over to that platform right over there. So, believe.
Okay.
What's that up there for?
Okay. And now Iceman's saying you should play Ark Survival to get ready with speedruns. No, guys. I think this is a fine game. Oh, you're doing it from up here. Interesting. Okay. Nice. By the way, I think we have to thank Alexa, who talked about using conveyors instead of trying to use foundations for this stuff.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Because that was a big part of what enabled us to do it, Duck to do it this early. And this is really the motherlode of all the supplies we wanted. Copper sheet, motor, there.
And there's the helmet.
Nice.
Oh, there's the Xenozapper.
Okay.
Which ends up not being necessary because now I've got two of them.
Yeah. Kind of weird.
Yeah, it is kind of weird.
Okay. So we are still looking for a purple slug. We need one purple slug.
Okay, and I don't think there's any more wreckage around here that we need.
Yeah. We decided not to go for the Xeno Basher just because it requires another set of parkour to another location, and the extra resources aren't worth quite as much as what we have from
We
here.
picked up the Xenobasher.
We got the Xeno Zapper, not the Xeno Basher.
Oh, there's a basher somewhere else?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's gonna take quite a while to get there. So I think we're good, right?
I think we are. I think
Okay.
we are. I need to put on my lights here
There you
just
go.
to make sure.
Grabbing some leaves as we kind of clear it out, make sure, yeah. Hey, Monmaker's here. He says, "What's your goal?" We're trying to progress as far as we can in the game in about 2 hours.
Yep.
So it took about 15 minutes to get the Blade Runners. We learned some
Okay.
techniques better.
So
today.
where's my conveyor down? There's my conveyor down right
I think
there.
we can just jump in the water and swim home.
Can I hit the water from here?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it.
And just eat one more nut to make sure you're at full health and you're fine. Alexa really wants you to try going for the basher.
I hadn't located the basher yet.
Yeah.
It's part of the challenge. All right. The question is, should I deconstruct the... Yes, I can deconstruct that. Just to get the resources back. And I only made those two, didn't I?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just those two. The tiny little one at the top of the hill, but I don't think that one matters.
Yeah, I'm not going to go after that.
Okay.
Okay, fine. How does that keep coming up? Okay, come on, where am I?
Yeah, that's where
There
we're
we
going.
go. All right, come on. Blade runners don't make you swim better.
Unfortunately. You know what's funny? I had to really fight with ChatGPT to put you in a Sonic the Hedgehog onesie because I was so worried about copyright. Right?
Yeah.
At this point, all it has is the hood. Then I tell it to go ahead and zoom out. So I had to completely disregard anything about Sonic and just say, put him in a blue furry onesie with, with a blue mohawk, and it gets the ears perfect. And I tell it to zoom out, and it gets the white gloves and the red shoes. It does all of Sonic perfectly. Even after it says, "Oh no, we can't do Sonic," that would be wrong. Even after me telling him, "Don't worry about Sonic, just a blue onesie."
That's just weird. That is just weird. Okay, so 1.1 means that I need to make a. I need to quickly make a. Make the hub. Oh,
Yep.
Hi there, kitty. Boy, she was on a mission. She just jumped straight up there and flopped right on her back. That's crazy, cat. Hi.
Diogenes says, friendly reminder to correct your posture.
Oh, oh, why am I going west?
There you go. Yeah, you're okay. So Ark is an interesting game. But Ice Knight says, I remember doing a solo run for fun, if you can call Ark servers that. And I had all the stuff set up for doing some bosses, and boom, a guy in a wyvern wipes out my entire base. So it's just a multiplayer server where PvP is allowed.
Wow. Okay. Okay, I'm a little bit to the west of where I wanted to be, but that's okay.
Yeah, in fact, you're right next to iron nodes.
Exactly.
Just right in front of you, some iron nodes.
Yep. There's an iron node to begin with.
Cool.
So, what's amazing to me is that you can actually build a miner. And I haven't even built the hub yet.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, where do we want to build the hub? Because I need some power for this thing. So I need to build the hub. And so the hub, folks, I guess the hub is going to go right there.
There we go. That one fits a whole lot better. How about that, Doc? Don't lean back as soon as, you know. Yeah. That part doesn't work. We're Shanna when you need them. You need to turn this into. Icy Knight says, "All right, I guess this is a speed run, so I can't complain about how Doc builds his machines. Lucky you."
Yeah, lucky me. Lucky me. Okay, so. Okay, for tier 1.1, I need plates, rods, and concrete, which means I've got to find a. I have to find the limestone, which I believe is right in front of me. Isn't that cool?
Nice.
Now, I remember starting my Release 8 world,
Uh-huh.
and all I knew about was putting these mini miners there and then having to manually harvest from the mini miner.
You did a lot of that, yeah.
Yeah, and you don't need mini miners. Just go straight to putting a regular miner on it, you know?
Yeah.
Which, why didn't I understand that before? Maybe because you told me wrong?
To be honest, I still find some use in mini miners.
Okay.
I think there's a lot of times when you get stuck mining by hand because you just need to accelerate things.
Yeah.
So, there you go. Oh, they're used in the Tier 0 tutorial, Trumpkin reminds us. Okay. Well, there you go. It's the tutorial's fault.
Ah. It's the tutorial's fault. Okay.
Yeah, and the mini miners don't take any power too, which is helpful. That's what Icy Knight adds. So,
That's right. They're standalone machines for some reason. Like they got their own power. So, okay, I've got one more pole I can one more line I can take off of that pole. Only one more line I can take off of that pole. Wild. We're making concrete from limestone there. And Ada's going to talk again.
Potential edible collected. Reminder that look and smell alone do not provide sufficient data to determine exact risk of consumption. Just because it looks like you can eat it does not mean it won't eat you. Store this potential resource for later use.
Wardagon says mini miners are kind of handy at the very start, so you can gather multiple types of materials just by picking them up and moving them over.
Yeah, I suppose that would be the case.
Yeah. Okay, so this is what mine is this? Is this one the copper?
Iron.
Oh, it's iron as well. Okay.
Yeah, I don't need copper until 1.2 for logistics.
Okay.
So by then, I hopefully will be able to make mini miners.
You can already make mini miners. They're an equipment workshop thing.
Well, it's just whether I have the supplies to make it.
Ah, yeah. Okay. Now you gotta get everything powered up.
Not everything. I've
Not
been
everything?
powering things up as
Oh.
I went.
I guess you have. I see. I asked, does Doc have a green monster?
I have a green monster. That's why it's not showing up very well. Yep. You are very perceptive, my friend. Guess what?
What's up?
I have overextended my power usage, I do believe. I do believe I've overextended my power usage.
Oh,
Yep.
but look, your production dropped by half, which means one of your things is just out of resources. One of your 2 generators is empty.
That's why it broke.
Yeah.
Thank you, but no thank you. So that's the wood one. I'm putting wood in one and leaves in the other.
Yeah, and that's why it shut down so quickly, because that one's just chomping through leaves. Okay, you can turn it back on. It'll work for another 2 minutes.
That's one thing. There's just not a lot of foliage around here to gather.
Yeah, gotta get that that chainsaw. Alexa says 9.2, no, 922 dock. What is that in reference to, Alexa? The DeBastros here said, I just got to aluminum for the first time, and boy, is it getting complex. Can't wait for
Yes.
y'all to get there in this playthrough.
Okay, and
That's very complex.
gosh, that's coming up pretty soon in the solo.
Yep. So we're going to be swapping over to Doc Solo when we're at about the 2-hour mark. And yeah, we're actually coming up to that pretty soon.
The 2-hour mark?
No, in Doc Solo, you're getting to aluminum fairly soon.
Yeah.
So, Icy Night, yes, it involves. I just have to get a script installed and remind myself how to do it. Just didn't have any time to install it today. So,
All righty, back to the hub. Back to put some more leaves in here.
down to 2 left, 1 left. No, ah, good job.
Save the day. Okay, and I've got 95 wood to put in here, and
Nice.
that'll keep it going for a little while longer. Okay, very good.
Okay, you ready for tier 1.1? Have you told your constructors what to do?
Of course, I haven't got any constructors yet, except for the one that's making cement.
And you have.
Yes.
Obviously. Ice Knight says you can always make it into biomass. Make it last a little longer. But then you'd have to craft by hand, Icy Knight. Oh no, we can't do that.
Oh no, we gotta do that.
He has it unlocked, yes. Yes, it's concrete. Shush, Icy. Shush.
Okay, production. Miner, constructor. Yes, I need a constructor, and I can still make constructors. Good. And let's put a conveyor from here to there. Let's not put a conveyor from here to there. It doesn't want to. Okay, fine.
Okay, so Alexa got Blade Runners at 9 minutes and 22 seconds.
Well, and if I hadn't have muffed it so many times, I might have got it that fast.
Yeah, I think you would have gotten it there if you hadn't died. But I think it'd be probably a perfect run. Could probably do it there and back in less than 5 minutes.
A perfect run?
Yeah. Perfect run, no mistakes.
But I'm not known for doing things with no mistakes, unfortunately.
Not yet. A Nico, first time chat, says Doc in the flesh.
Or in the hedgehog costume, one of the two.
Oh, the hedgehog costume? That one?
That one?
That one?
Yep,
That one right
that
there.
one, that one. Yep. Okay, I'm gonna make some plate with this one.
Like I said, I need to talk to Shano about getting you a animated hedgehog costume.
Well, I did forget to tell that smelter to start making ingots, so I'm behind on ingots.
Oh.
Yeah, uh-oh. Okay, so that's that one. My other iron mine over here, I believe, is going to need constructor here.
Icy Knight says, I have to complain about something. It's in my job description. And Doc saying cement instead of concrete is the only thing I can complain about since he's speedrunning. I can't do anything about his machines. Okay.
All right. I'll let you complain about that then.
For everyone who is there right now, well, I guess I'll start at the beginning. We have a Minecraft server for anybody who is a paid member. So if you're a member on YouTube or a subscriber on Twitch, that includes Twitch Prime subscriptions, you can join us on a Minecraft server, and Doc's going to be playing on that tomorrow. Icy Knight's heading out. We'll see you later. However, we are currently switching over from Minecraft Realms over to a dedicated server. Okay, so for anybody who's currently playing or likes to play on Minecraft Realms, which Realms is actually down right now, just
Yeah,
beware that the Realms that we're moving over to the server today.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll post in the Discord the new IP address. You do have to be whitelisted, so you still have to give me your Java username to be able to get in. And
we've whitelisted all the previous people that were there before, including me now. Everybody could get on it but me at the beginning. So
when you signed up for Minecraft Realms, we signed up with Doc's account. And so Doc's name isn't on the whitelist because it's his account. And so I went through the whitelist and I dutifully entered every single one of the names, and then Doc goes to log in and it says, "You're not on the whitelist."
I said, what?
I'm sorry.
All right. We need to go to the hub here, folks. And not the crafting bench. We want to... Okay, this is reversed. Okay, so tier 1 in base building, we need 200 of those, 100 of those, and 100 of those. Let's select that milestone and go collect the goodies.
Okay.
Oops, I didn't like that sound. One of these run out.
Yep.
Yep, the
leaves.
leaf one.
Yep. You're all out of leaves.
And I don't have any more. I got it. And it only has it has 92.
Right click to take out half those. That would have lasted a long time. Or no, I'm sorry. You have to drag it out and then you can split it in half. There you go. There you go. Trumpkin had the same idea as us. Okay, so now you're going to grab the supplies and...
Yep, I'm going to work on grabbing some supplies. We got 25 rods. Going to have to wait for that to work a little longer. How many plates do we have? Plates should be over. Yeah. They're not in a container yet. 56 plates. We'll do so that I can build containers. Okay, missing rods. Let's go get some rods. Those and rods over here. I'll just go ahead and build this storage container here. Let's build a storage container over here. Put this one.
I think that come tier 2, this is going to start becoming a little bit of a maze.
It is. It's going to be a real maze.
Wow. Valius TV says the current speedrun record to last package, so the very end of the game, is 9 hours. Wow. See, the last we had heard it was at 21.
And how many people on multiplayer were doing that?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's probably solo.
You would think it would be solo, but
I think you're going to have to manually mine at least the concrete, because the concrete's the slowest out of all of them for production.
168.
Maybe not.
Yeah, the concrete is one of the ones I set up early. So
But
it's
you
only
also
got
have been
38.
using it.
And I haven't been using it, yes.
Yeah, he says it's solo. Do you know who set the record? Valius. Yeah, definitely tossing that extra Xenobasher.
Don't need the copper sheet for a while. I do have some iron ore that I can mine up. Don't need those right now. Okay.
Okay. Epiphany. Okay.
Epiphany?
Epiphany is the name of the person who set the record. He says he believes. No, not entirely sure. That's a good thing for us to go take a look at, see what he's doing.
Yeah, no kidding. Okay, so I need some iron type of products. So let me go ahead and find some and see where I can embellish the production.
Okay.
Because I go straight from plate rods and concrete to plate rods and wire. So I'm gonna need plates and rods, all over again.
Yeah.
I've got a little bit of time while I go search and find the copper mine. So while I'm setting up the copper mine and setting that up to do wire, it'll build up on plates and rods, but still, I'm gonna probably be struggling. Oh, stop mining. Stop.
Yeah, I think that's the reason why I like having the mini miners, dropping a couple mini miners on each one of them, because it just passively will collect extra stuff for you to do by hand when you need to just smooth out the curve.
Yeah, but okay, so find other mines and put mini miners on them.
Yeah, that's what I think I would do. Well, no, you can put the mini miners on the mines you already have, right next to the big ones.
Really?
Yep. Just like you were mining on it by hand.
Okay.
Yep, you can just surround it with mini miners. So. Welcome back, Megalith.
Obviously, I need to go out and get some stuff. There just isn't much stuff to gather.
Yeah. That chainsaw is essential.
Oh, there's my copper mine.
Yeah, if you go south to the river, you're going to find more stuff to gather.
I guess what I needed to do is gather more of the wood out of the gather more of the wood out of the cave.
Yeah.
That might be an objective on the next run.
Okay. Maybe go to another one of the little islands and grab all the mycelia as well. And sure. Okay. Yeah. So Valius, who
So toward, okay, here's that copper mine. Nope, that's iron. Doggone it. And there's
Valius
another
is
iron.
going to drop a link to the speedrun video that he's seen. So
Okay.
and Megalith says, I was wondering if you guys are planning to attend TwitchCon.
Where is it and when is it? If you could get the link to the registration page and such, we can check it out. If it's clear in California, no, I'm allergic to California.
I think that's where it is. What was the one in Texas that you wanted to go to?
Oh, that's Vid Summit.
Yeah, to Vid Summit.
And I do plan to go to Vid Summit.
Yeah.
And that's in October.
Yeah.
So it kind of puts it right in the middle of our best time of the year. Oh, look what I see. Distance.
Yep. Okay. So Megalith dropped a link. I'm pretty sure that is in yeah, it's San Diego. Well, okay. May to June. That one is in Rotterdam. And we are not going
Nope, not
Nope.
going to go to Lingen.
Unfortunately, the San Diego one is October. Is in October.
I wonder if it conflicts with Vid Summit.
Yeah, they're probably pretty close together. So no, unfortunately, we're not traveling over to Europe. That would be fun. I would love to visit Holland. Okay. Well, you have more than a stack of leaves now.
Okay. So what direction do I have to go to get back to home base?
I think north. Yeah, there you are.
Wow, I was just around the corner.
Yep. And of course, all your power's out.
Yeah, it was out before I left.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
gosh.
why I went on a collecting spree.
Okay, don't use leaves. Just use the wood. Because you need to... You need to turn that into biofuel, to biomass. Very nice. Chase the Birdie says, oh, that's fun. I'm from the Netherlands myself. Nice.
Do I gain anything by putting it into biomass? Because I go down from 2 to 1.
I believe it does last a lot longer.
And I don't have the formula to go into solid biomass. Well,
Yeah. Cool, Valius. We'll probably check that out this afternoon, and when we come back to the next speedrun, we'll watch it through and see what we got. Yeah, Trumpkin says it burns a lot slower. There you go. So you put all wood in one and biomass in the other. Nice.
yep, that's what I did.
Perfect, perfect.
All right, let's see what the verdict is on rods and plate here.
Okay.
At this point, 102 rods. I got enough rods. Okay, let's see about plate. I'm sure we've got enough concrete. Yep. And then, where's my other one? There it is. And we've got enough plates. We are unlocking 1.1, folks.
Okay.
Not the one I wanted.
As soon as it is done, hit save.
Milestone reached. Several new structures are now available for improving factory organization. Foundations provide a building grid, which makes it easier to manage placement of any structure. In the event that you are experiencing amnesia for all events prior to planetfall, be reassured that memories of beloved humans and/or animals would have only been distractions from your important mission.
Alrighty, let's hit escape, let's hit save game, and let's save and save, and we are at
53:16.
53:16.
Okay.
Okay, 53:16. We're almost an hour in, and I've only unlocked tier 1.1. That's
Yeah.
frustrating.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, this is our first go through, so we'll definitely smooth things out. So what's new for 1.2?
Okay, foundations. The question is, do I actually
No.
want to do anything with foundations?
No, they're a
Probably
waste of resources.
at this point, definitely. Okay, so as far as logistics goes, though, I'm currently producing. I'm 100% on that. So this one iron mine. How much does this produce? It produces 60, so I can split this one into two.
I don't think you have splitters until you unlock 1.2. Yeah, it'd be right here.
Okay. Fine then. So I need wire, so I need to find that copper mine. So I don't have a scanner.
It's north of you. It's just due north, a little bit west. So it would not be due north. It'd be like north by northwest. Okay, it might be to your right. I think you might have, yeah, like on top of this outcropping around in there. I don't know. We'd have to look at the map. There it is. Nice. So Valia says a good idea would be to practice speedrunning to the first package.
What is the package?
By package you mean like finishing the first unlock or something? Okay, so the copper ore needs to be turned into wire directly.
What? It's ingots and then wire.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm missing iron rods. Rods are here. Oh, those are plates. Doggone it.
Wow.
Okay.
Megla says Microsoft just opened the floodgates by releasing GitHub Copilot the first app that started the whole AI coding madness as open source with the MIT license. Incredible. Huh. Very cool. I think they're confident enough in their AI offerings that the tool to use the AI offerings, they just want more adoption of it.
Doggone it. I could see it off in the distance.
North. You went west instead of north. So go north and head to your right by a little bit. There it is. Yeah, they just give you the system to use the AI with your own credentials. Yeah, well, if it's open source, people will use it however they want. But yeah, that's typical. Just like with Windows, it technically costs something, but there are so many ways to get free copies of Windows, and they've been doing free upgrades for a long time. Having you in the system is much more valuable than selling you the system. So. Hey, Dennis. He says speedrunning Satisfactory. That's insane. How long would it normally take to reach the end of Satisfactory?
Normally, I'm not quite sure.
We're 800 hours into our main save.
Well, I've been using up reinforced iron plate. I can't make that constructor without reinforced iron plate.
Okay. Let's make some reinforced iron plate.
Yeah. I only needed a couple, so. Okay, so what did you run out of? Which one ran out of what? The biomass one still had 162 in it, where the wood one is a little bit light there.
Okay. JM says, yeah, depending on how fast you want to rush, his first playthrough took around 250 hours. Yeah, the game super varies, and of course we did our last like 200 hours just building the Gigafactory, so... we definitely decided to take our time with it.
Okay, so here's the constructor. Oh, and I got another copper mine right over there.
Nice. You'll definitely be using it.
Yeah, I'll definitely be using it, yes. And can I build a storage container here? Yeah, got enough to build a storage container.
And DeMonkey's here. He says, what's cooking, Sonic Doc?
Okay.
And Valius is actually doing something that Alexa was talking about. And Valius has a good idea is to know where the drop pods are, collect the items that are around them, then use the sync to get tickets to buy mining items like plates. Ooh. That's actually, I like that. You're collecting those items not to use them sometime in the future, you're collecting them to sync them to buy supplies. Okay. I think you're pretty close to 1.2.
Yeah, I am. I need to put down an equipment workshop, though.
What for?
I need to create some mini miners here pretty soon.
Okay.
I've got to get power now up to... Got to get power up to this, up to my new site. And I'm missing cable. Cable's made of wire. Wire's made of copper. I think I can make enough wire to get me through. Go to the crafting bench here. I think I've got 6 wire. I can make some cable.
Okie doke.
But I only can make 4 cable. probably not going to be enough. I have 24 copper ingots here. You make 24 copper ingots.
There we go.
Yeah, there you go, yes.
So Megalith says Microsoft's move is quite strategic because if you haven't noticed earlier, every software that Microsoft open sourced has become some sort of industry standard. They made TypeScript and open sourced it, and it's now the industry standard for web development. Yeah, Trumpkin says you hand make some wire and you're golden.
Yeah, exactly. Then get some cable here.
Nope. We don't need cable for this.
I do need cable. I can't stretch power lines without cable.
Okay.
That was the goal.
But okay.
I mean, what would I use the copper wire for?
For your logistics, for your milestone.
Oh, well.
But make as little as you need. But yeah, I get that. Yeah, you're right.
I need to go north.
That way.
North,
Yep.
north. There it is.
These are we laid on 1.1, 1.2, and 1.3 as the unlocks. So the logistics milestone is 1.2. Stretch it as far as you possibly can to use the least amount of resources. There you go. And Megalith continues. He says, then they made Visual Studio Code based on TypeScript. Then they open sourced it, and now approximately 40% of developers around the world use Visual Studio Code. And that makes Visual Studio Code the most powerful development environment.
Interesting.
And that is interesting because Visual Studio Code, in my mind, kind of came out of nowhere. It was not the most powerful IDE. It wasn't at all popular. Whenever I don't think it even existed. Visual Studio did. Visual Studio Code's new. But yeah, the idea that the Microsoft IDE would take over just seems so weird to me.
Okay. Now I've got to power things up again.
I think you just are over. I think you have to build some biomass generators.
Might need to, yeah. Definitely might need to, which means I need more biomass. Oh, look at this. Yes. Look at these curves before it blew. So let's, because we had plenty of biomass in this one. We'll fill it up to 200.
I bet you the wood ran out.
Yeah, I bet it did. Yeah. So we've got biomass we can put in here, and I've got a bunch of leaves to make more biomass from. So
Yeah.
I'll go do that and flip the switch here, see if it stays.
Valius says in the biome you're in.
Yep.
Good. It's gonna keep popping.
Yep. Yeah, I'm way over production.
Yeah, with that copper going. Valley says there's about 5 or 6 drop pods in this biome, and you could grab all of them within about 15 minutes or so. So that early Blade Runner start might include running to other drop pods at the beginning.
So where okay, we just need to search for where those drop pods are.
Yeah.
So we need to go harvesting a few more of the advanced resources from drop pods to help us through this.
Yep.
This part.
I think you got to make some copper.
Yes, I do. And I need to I need copper ingots for that.
Okay, doke.
Which means I'll go north over here to that other copper mine. And I've got to make some mini miners too, so.
Okay.
There it is.
Yeah, I think it might be useful to just make an extra mini miner for each one of these nodes and drop it on there. So anytime you need to, you can just... Yeah, you can just go and harvest 100 of whatever. So,
I'm just gonna see if I can make some mini miners here. Yeah, I can make 7 portable miners.
okay. Cool.
Luckily, they're cheap. Only 2 plates and 4 bars.
Yeah. We've actually had a number of people who have followed today. We just hit 910.
Wow. Okay.
Quite a number of people on Twitch. We really appreciate that.
And we got 46 on YouTube.
Okay.
I think the short is letting people know that we're online and how do you place it?
You put it in your hands.
You have to put it in your hand. Okay.
Yeah. And Wardagon says, harvesting drop pods is really handy. I completed everything up to phase 3 and had computers and heavy module frames left over. Just from collecting stuff from these drop pods.
All right. They're working on it. And you say I can do that with oh, look at this. This is a resource-rich area. That is the one thing I noticed.
Yeah. They aren't the highest purity, but
there's a lot of mines.
there's a lot of them. And the high purity doesn't really matter when you're still working with Mark 1 miners, Mark 1 conveyors, and all that. Okay, so reading Megalith's history of IDEs, he says GitHub actually started all these problems. GitHub developed a library called Electron for their new text editor, Atom. The idea was to combine Chromium, the basis for the Chrome browser, and Node.js, which is a very powerful JavaScript library, into a single runtime. Atom's shell was later renamed Electron. Okay, we have a full-on stream crash. Interesting. It looks like we've recovered now.
Interesting. We didn't lose. Oh, viewers.
Yep, we're back here.
Viewers went to 0 for Twitch.
Wow,
But
interesting.
the session still keeps.
Hey, everybody, we're back. Hello?
Okay.
Wow, that was bad.
Yeah. Okay. That wouldn't have been us, would it?
I actually didn't see OBS be upset at all, but
Yeah.
we've actually had a number of weird internet issues since our power outage yesterday. So, but we got some new people here in chat. Bulky Boy says, for starting off, that spot is great. The only problem is getting oil in the coming future.
Yeah. Dendu was identified the crash. He's not too happy about it.
Well, good to have you here.
Yeah, Trumpkin's back. Julio BRZ, whatever that is back. Bulka Boy. Gosh, I'm seeing all kinds of new names that I don't recognize, and that's pretty neat to see new folks coming. So harvesting drop pod's really handy. Okay. Yeah, okay, so our next strategy update for the next time we do this,
Yeah.
yeah, let's definitely add hitting more crash sites.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Because if we can at least get more, at least reinforced iron plate, that could propel us quite a bit further. Because we really don't need reinforced iron plate except for building a few of the buildings, like the constructor needs some, plate, and they give you a little bit of plate when you first set down the hub, when you
Yeah.
first land. But you can quickly, use that up. So,
Okay.
alrighty. What's the timer? The timer say for how amount of time we've been
We've
at
been
this?
live for an hour and 25 minutes. So maybe like an hour 20 on the
You,
on the
okay,
live.
so you didn't actually write down the time. Okay. Next time be sure to write down the time that we actually start so that I don't get cheated out of my 2 hours.
Oh, well, that's the save time. That's what we're saving. That's where I'm copying off of is the save.
Okay.
So that way, if we need to take a bio break, you can just go back to the main screen and pause, that kind of stuff.
Ah.
So,
Okay. 118 more to go. I'm going to start the copper, and I'm going to take a stretch break when I start the copper.
okay. So Alexa said 42 minutes, 44 seconds. Got the Xenobasher, the Blade Runners, and automated rods, plates, and wire. What else do I need to complete 1.1?
Well, we did 1.1 already. We needed rods, plates, and concrete.
Rods, plates, and concrete. Okay, so
one
looks
up-
like Alexa's running about 10 minutes faster, 10 minutes ahead.
Ah.
But yeah, you got to get concrete going.
Well, concrete is already going.
Well, no, Alexa needs to get concrete going too.
Yeah.
Okay, Alexa says you got concrete too. Yeah, all you got to do is send off that drop pod and you complete 1.1. So, yeah.
And I'm wondering too if before running to get the leggings, we go ahead and drop a miner on the concrete, on the limestone, and a miner on the iron.
Oh.
Get them functioning, working, and then run to get the blade runners and come back.
There you go. I like that idea.
So reverse those a little bit, and maybe we'll.
Yeah, yeah. You'll come back to a full stack of each one of them. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. And Icy Knight comes back. Oh, Doc's handcrafting again.
Look, it's Doc. It's, handcrafting.
No, it's have to have certain things handcrafting.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to take a stretch break for a sec here.
Oh, man. And I missed Krusty Otaku saying, "Hey, hello, Doc, friends, family. How y'all doing this Tuesday?"
We are doing fantastic.
Yeah.
Doing a quick speed run. I don't know if you can still hear me well. I'm just away from the mic for a bit. Just taking a stretch.
It's a bit quiet, but we can still hear you.
Good.
No, Alexa redeemed stretch.
Okay. Put my ears back on.
Oh my.
And
Ooh, Icy Knight. Says, and finally my GPU and SSD are actually coming today because I got delayed due to the tornado watch. And even better, I'm getting 2 new kittens today.
oh, nice. We expect pictures. And of course, that heavy sigh is Robert not liking cats.
They're all right. Icy Man says, I could probably get some pics.
Good. Good. So we're coming toward the end of the month, which means that it's just
That's
around the
right.
corner. We do another showcase.
Yep. Alexa says, all right is what they said to the guy who lost his left hand. And they told the family he was going to be all right.
Gee.
Oh my. Ice Knight says that means I'll have 2 dogs, 4 cats, and 2 ferrets, plus the neighborhood cats that love us more and stay at my house most of the time. Nice.
Made more biomass. But boy, I don't know how I'm going to keep the lights on. I mean, this is pretty bad.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's build our first biomass burner. Let's put them just up here on the hill.
Okie doke. I just want a puppy dog of my own.
Okay, gotta have some plate to build a biomass burner
And a bit
and
more wire. Wow. Trumpkin says we have 6 cats. Most are about 1 to 2 years old with the same litter. Wow.
Just don't feed the raccoons.
Bulky Boy says a typical excuse for a cat hater. Talking about me. Look.
He doesn't hate them. He just doesn't really like them or adore them.
Yeah. Like, there for a couple years, we were living next door to my sister, and she has multiple outdoor cats. And every time, without fail, if I went outside, because just enjoying the outdoor weather, I would usually come out in the afternoon and just sit on the porch for half an hour to an hour just to enjoy the outdoors. And the cats would always come over and say hi, and quite often would lay on my lap, and perfectly fine with that. That is a perfect amount of cat. About a half an hour of cat per day is fine. That's enough. What I don't want is big fuzzy cat tail in my face when I'm trying to work on my computer.
And so my long hair cat loves to get on your lap, and she extends her tail straight up. And it's like a bottle brush almost. Only real soft bottle brush, of course.
Very soft. A feather duster.
Yeah. But it ends up right in your face. Okay. I'm just checking here. No, not gonna get there. All right.
Chase says, yep, been there many times.
Still missing iron plate. Okay, gotta run down here and get iron plate.
Yube says, they know what they're doing.
Oh, yeah.
Cool. You now have enough plate to turn in as well.
I do, yes.
RM Cap redeemed posture check. Sitting up straight.
I am sitting up straight, yes.
Good.
Okay, so how did I manage to get myself lost by coming down here? There it is.
Chase says, my room is covered in so much cat hair, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. That
Oh
is
my
the one
gosh.
thing. Springtime's come and all of a sudden
I-
cat hair everywhere.
I've said this before. You know, my brother has a 70-pound German Shepherd, and spring hit, and suddenly the hair was everywhere because he has a room in my apartment. We share an apartment, and man, it's just everywhere. Yesterday, I was vacuuming my room. Now, she doesn't come in my room. Okay, the dog does not come in my room at all. every once every couple of days just to say hi and then leave. But my carpet was covered in hair. It was just everywhere. I emptied the vacuum cleaner, then just vacuumed my little rug in my room because I've wood floors. Vacuum my rug, and the entire vacuum canister was completely full of hair. It was just ridiculous. That hair, that dog produces so much hair.
All right. We've got biomass there. We've got biomass there.
Okay.
We should be able to, with one more biomass burner. Okay.
Aha. Good.
Okay. So capacity went to 70. Production is 35. Max consumption is 48. So we're good for a couple more machines.
Okay, until that biomass runs out.
Yeah, until the biomass runs out once more. Okay, so yes, I have enough stuff in my inventory to unlock, almost unlock the next level.
25 rods.
So guess what? Rods. Boom. I need 25 more, folks.
Armcap says, hello guys. I hope you guys are doing fine. I just joined the stream. This is not the same save as yesterday, right?
No, it isn't. It's a Sonic the Hedgehog stream.
Duck is speedrunning. We're currently about an hour. Oh, we're dropping a lot of frames again. About an hour and a half in.
Milestone reached. Conveyor belts can now merge, split, and lift to save space and enhance the productivity of your factory.
About time.
Fixit encourages you to consider investing in verticality when it comes to factory logistics. If you feel stressed by this complexity, imagine yourself on the shore of a vast and calm ocean. Breathe in. Visualize all the people relying on you. The sea is made of billions of faces, each staring at you with hope and tears in their eyes. Breathe out. Feel refreshed and focused on your duties.
All right. Save. Save. We have a save at 1 hour, 25 minutes, and 48 seconds, Robert. For 1.2.
1:25:48. Okay.
Yep. All right. The next here is field research, so we select that milestone. And we have to have a bunch of rods, bunch of wire, and a bunch of screws.
Okay.
Screws.
Yay.
Screws, Robert.
Okay. So Krusty Otaku says he has 2 cats and 3 dogs, but the cats he got back in 2010.
Whoa. Those are old
15-year-old
cats.
cats.
Those are old cats, yeah.
Okay, it looks like Bulky moved over to Twitch. Yeah, the stretches, there's cooldown timers on all those. So. And I asked, what are you going to do after you finish 1.3?
Oh, go to 2.1.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, the hope is we're going to finish tier 1 and 2 and see how far we can get to tier 3 in the kind of 2-hour-ish time frame we're looking for. Mm-hmm. So hey, Volacrum. Make sure to empty out the storage container while you're here. I mean, that machine's been working a bit.
All right, that's fine.
And Icy Knight has a Bloodhound Great Dane mix.
Oh,
That sheds a lot. A lot of dogs do a lot of shedding.
that is a big dog. My first dog was Jasper, and he was Great Dane. Had some Great Dane in him. He was by no means a purebred. But he was huge. He was just a big dog. Just a big dog. Okay, we got 110 of those.
Okay.
And look at this.
Ah,
Loop up there too.
nice.
Not that we can use them, but
Yeah, not that we really care to. Okay.
at least not for this one. Okay, the device is back. Let's go collect other resources and see. Because right now we've got to think about making screws,
Yeah.
and we don't need concrete for a while. Concrete doesn't come up again until 2.4. So frankly, I'm just gonna dump concrete to here, but I won't need it for a while. Okay, we got plenty of plate. We can get some more of those. Where's our rod production? This is our rod production, but it's not. It's only got 120. And I'm going to just turn all those rods into screws here.
Sounds good. Captain Banger, first time chat, says, "Hey Doc, love your videos. Help me get through and learn how to build in Satisfactory."
Cool. Cool. Okay.
What you looking at?
Well, I'm looking at splitting this one off and bringing it out to make a separate rod line, because we're going to need more rods if we're going to be using screws. So logistics, I now have a splitter.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking of putting a splitter. And if I can't put it on here, yeah, and I can't put it on here, I'm going to go ahead and take this out here. And
Phi944 says, "Good afternoon." Well, almost.
Almost afternoon.
Yep.
I'm going to put this, I'm going to come out here with this. So I've got room to place the conveyors.
Okay. Definitely going to start feeling a bit of the crunch with
See it.
space.
Yes, definitely. Okay, so
I saw that, Alexa. Thank you.
okay, so we need a constructor. Okay, need more reinforced iron plate, which means I need screws, which means I need screws and plate. Here we go, the reinforced iron plate problem.
Yep. So Otaku, the one with the 15-year-old cat, said, "I honestly didn't think they would last this long, to be honest.
Excuse me.
We
Sorry.
found them in my dad's backyard, but when I came back from the military and got my own place, my dad pawned them off on me."
Okay. Here's your inheritance, son.
Yep. Alexa says, "Doc, next time get the Xeno Basher to kill animals. I know you play, say, in passive, but if you didn't have the animals on passive, having the Xeno Basher early is a lifesaver."
Okay. I just need to find out where that Xenobasher is. Can you send me a picture of the platform or the place where that part of the wreck is?
Yeah, that'd be really useful. Yeah, post that in the Pioneer Hangout.
Yeah, would you? Okay, so next I want to come down here and make reinforced iron plate.
Yeah, she says she can, so cool.
Okay, super.
And the Debastro says there's an outdoor cat in his neighborhood that they've adopted that's 18 years old. Incredible.
Yeah, old animals don't last long. We don't last that long out here in the wild. Um, they've got to defend themselves against predators.
Yeah.
We had um, a cat in Cabot that's no longer with us. It just disappeared one day, and never came back.
Yeah.
His
Sad.
his friend, Kit Kat, in particular, Kit Kat came back, but she was badly injured. So it was possibly the result of a fight, missing cable. Doggone it.
Yeah. Kit Kat and Snickers. They were good kittens.
Yeah, Snickers especially. Snickers was my buddy.
Yeah. They were ones that, after a good bit of training, they wanted to ride on your shoulder around the yard. They just jump up and hang out on your shoulder and stay with you. So.
Gonna make screws here. No, we're gonna make.
Wardagon says, back in my high school days, I was terrible in German, so I had to attend extra classes. The teacher who had those classes had a whole zoo at home. 3 dogs, 2 cats, 2 rabbits, chickens, etc.
Wow. You call that a zoo, huh?
But once you start getting rabbits and chickens, then things start getting a little bit different. We have, probably around 2 dozen or so chickens. Maybe a little more than that.
Actually, the first batch was we've got only 7 left in that first batch.
Oh, that's
and
right.
We have I think 10 left in the second batch.
Okay, so about 17 or so. We're going to keep getting more, right?
No,
That's it, only those?
from what I understand, that's all that Britta wanted was just
Okay.
a couple batch. So, we may increase the flock.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we're out in the woods, and ticks are a big deal, and chickens love ticks. And so I want to just breed chickens and just set them off in the forest. Just let them roam, because
Bunch of rotten eggs all over the place.
there are so many predators around here that would love them. We have owls. They'll eat them.
They'll eat the eggs?
Yeah.
Owls eat eggs. Interesting.
So do horses, incidentally. Have you seen the video of the horse eating baby chicks?
No. I don't think I want to.
It was obviously somebody's pet horse, and they were introducing the horse to the new chickens, and the chicks were like less than a week old, and it was just, the
It was
horse.
just, oops, the
Yep.
horse ate the chicks.
And it wasn't just go and snatch up one. It was just like chomp, 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 just suck them up. Poor chicks, but
No kidding. All right, we have screws being made.
Otaka says, "Man, I never experienced ticks till I was stationed in Mississippi. They were a nightmare."
Yeah, they are a nightmare.
Oh
Yep, they are not a friendly sort of thing.
no! Oh man, I hate them. I hate them. And of course, our German Shepherd picks them up like nothing else. So it's like a constant inspection, every couple of days.
All right, I have got to somehow get more biofuel. See, we're at field research at the end of tier 1.
Yep.
We don't get biofuel until
Till
the
there.
obstacle clearing there.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm in an area that just, so in other words, what I'm basically saying is we need to collect a lot more leaves and stuff.
Can you go south from here to shore?
I tried. I tried going south to the shore and just didn't. I mean, look at this.
And go east from here along this river, this whole area.
Okay, I
Yeah,
ran
this
along
is-
here before.
Yeah, this is the area that I imagine would probably be your best until you get the chainsaw. Icy Knight says, wait, is there a rule that you can't unlock other tiers before the previous ones of the speedrun?
Not really. In other words, I could go to get obstacle clearing just as soon as. Well, we could.
I think we judge, the speedrun by how far you get in total without skipping anything. So you can move around, but if we leave something behind when we complete the run, you only get counted by the first non-unlocked thing, first locked thing, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. So, like for example, if I jumped over and got obstacle clearing, I wouldn't count it until I got the one just before it,
Yeah.
and then they'd both have the same timestamp.
Okay. Well, that's more than a stack of leaves.
Well. Want to keep going for a while.
Okay.
How much time do I have? I mean, what's the clock say? Or my
An
2 hours
hour
go?
and 50 minutes since you started the stream.
Okay, but
There is no other timer. Unless you want to go and save the game. And use that to check. So. Ice Knight says, Doc loves his leaves, won't stop till his inventory's full. Yeah, he does. And I think for once it's actually super necessary that he does this. So.
all right. Now I've got to go find where home is again.
Yeah, luckily the hub is marked.
Thank you for reminding me of that.
Yeah. No, for a moment he was heading in the right direction. Remember, guys, press and hold E to gather.
Yeah, that's how I'm being able to just gather as I go. What are you just laying out here in the middle of the floor? But you have to gather your first one first before it'll engage. Oh, looky what I found.
Ah, not enough space. Oh no! Whatever's in his inventory.
Did I really fill up my inventory?
Oh, it's all the ore that's still in your inventory.
Yep. Okay, so how far away am I from... I mean, is there anything of value here that... I mean, I could pick up the rods, I could pick up the cable, I could pick up iron plate, some screws. Yes, there's 15 reinforced iron plates, which helps. Okay, so which direction is the hub? From here, and it's right there. Okay, I'm gonna come back to that.
Okay. Yeah, Trumpkin and Icy Knight both said drop the ore.
Okay, let's get rid of this. Why am I making cable? I'm not making cable, I'm making this.
You don't have enough space in your inventory. Throw stuff in that chest behind you.
Yeah, that's right. I can do that. Like the slug. Like the...
Hey, Xenobasher. There you go. So Otaku says, I noticed in your YouTube bio it said you were retired. Sorry if you said this before, but if it's okay to ask, what'd you do for a living before you retired?
I worked for Boeing for 25 years. And I've taught at Lindenwood University for the last almost 20. Almost 15, pardon me. So, university professor at the same time being a slave at Boeing. Pardon me, a worker at Boeing. If I can get a full stack of biomass for each of those three devices, we should be able to keep them going for a while.
Yep. Thank you, Alexa, for the messages. So Alexa sent me a bunch of screenshots that we can use
Oh, super.
to find it. So
And ideas on where to place the conveyors, I see too. That's
yeah,
good.
yeah. Andrew Stay says, "Morning. I'm ready for an afternoon work nap, and Doc is speedrunning."
Yep. Doc is speedrunning.
In fact, we're about done with his first speedrunning. His first speedrun. We're doing about 2 hours. And the way it's going to work is every day when we play Satisfactory for the next little while, we're going to start out with a 2-hour speedrun, see how far we can get. And then we'll kind of talk about it, see what we can do better the next time, and, reassess
Yep.
and do better. This next time, we're definitely going to be hitting drop pods, because that was a big suggestion, and I think we all think that's a really good idea. Oh man, the factory's just stalled.
Yep.
Nice.
And I just wish that I could put a container on, on these,
Yeah.
but I can't.
Nope. And Anders says, give yourself a good stretch when you get a moment.
Okay.
Okay, it looks like the errors with Minecraft Realms has finally been resolved. So that's coming online. And for anybody who is a member, we are taking the realm down today. Basically, as soon as Doc's done with his speedrun, he's going to start downloading the world so we can upload it to our private server that we now have.
Yep. By popular demand.
By popular demand. And we are very grateful for our members who have been supporting us and and helping finance both the stream as well as the server itself. It's been great. I say that we are open for suggestion for any quality of life mods. Right now we actually have like about a dozen plugins and mods, but we have simple voice chat and then a whole bunch of ones just to make the thing run nicer. So, that's a merger.
Well, then why does it say?
No, it's a splitter. Icy Knight, you're wrong.
So,
You know, sometimes I trust the guy and I just shouldn't.
oh, that's what I did wrong.
I know they're not the same thing, Megalith.
Stupid storage container backwards.
It's going to be a fabric server, Watergun. Yeah. Megalith. Both of them are extra features that are added to the game of Minecraft. Okay? Some are they're implemented differently and they do different things. They're both additions to the game. Okay? People might call them add-ons was the previous term. Mods. Okay, which modify the game. It's all just terminology.
So what brought up that subject?
Oh, Megalith is arguing about the terminology I was using. That's all.
There's that
You do
stupid
not need-
telemarketer again.
Yep. That same one as usual, huh?
Same phone number.
Yeah. Megalith is correct. We don't require any client-side mods to get in. And simple voice chat is still optional. Yep. Royal Smoke just subscribed on Twitch.
Oh, fantastic.
Now subscribed for 5 months. Very cool.
All right, now.
Garrett and I tested out the simple voice chat yesterday, Doc,
Yeah?
and it's pretty cool. So it allows just for you hear people who are near you, and then you can easily jump into and out of groups. So we can, so when we're recording, we don't have to use Discord. We just jump into a group in game,
Okay.
and still hear each other as well as hear people around you.
Fantastic. All right, I put 3 biomass burners online there, and I just did a container, put all the biomass that I've made in there. It's just servicing all 3 of them,
Cool.
and I'm gonna go flip on a switch, see what it does,
Okay.
and it's running.
Cool.
Which means if I've got extra stuff here, but
Yeah, it'll just run until it's gone, and that's fine.
yeah,
that
this
one's
one's no fuel.
Cool. Okay, let's get 1.3 done.
Okay, so 1.3, I need 300 rolls of wire. So let's go check my wire production over here. I'll collect the rest of the copper that I've got being made.
Royal Smoke says, hope
296.
everyone's
How about
well.
that?
Nice. Yeah, we're doing great, Royal Smoke. Royal Smoke is one of our first ever subscribers on Twitch. So you see the little founder badge that Royal Smoke has.
So he got one of the founder badges, huh?
Yep.
Cool.
One of the precious few. Yeah, so Watergon, we have sodium and lithium. Lightmatic is a client side, and I'm actually using Lightmatica. I am not a good enough redstoner without it.
You're gonna have to let me ask the question off stream what that does.
Sure. It gives
Or
a little mini
answer.
map on your screen.
Oh, is that the mini map one?
Yeah.
Um,
We use a different mini map mod, but
all right.
let's do 1.3.
Not quite sure if I can quite yet.
Yeah.
we'll have to.
Well, we're
Collect.
almost at that 2 hour mark, so I think that'll be the extent of today's speedrun.
All right, let's go see how much more of anything I need, and I'll craft it at the crafting bench right there.
Okay.
So we'll put that in, and we need a bunch of screws,
Need 300 screws, and that's it.
and they're being made right here. So let's see how many we already have made, and then I'll manually produce the rest.
Empty Minded says, Godspeed with your run. Just popping in to cheer you on. Go, Doc.
Thanks. All right, I've got some rods here, which means I can make some screws here. And I need 300, so I'm just going to 300. I'll turn around and we'll get field research, and that'll be done, and then we'll save it.
Oh, mini HUD, not mini map. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I've not seen mini HUD then. I'll have to take a look at it. What Lightmatica does, Doc, is it allows somebody else to build something in Minecraft, and then they give you basically a 3-dimensional holographic schematic of what it looks like. And so when you go to build it in game, you have a kind of a template to follow.
Interesting.
So
Ada's talking.
Milestone reached. Supply the molecular analysis machine, referred to as the MAM, with local resources to research and develop new technologies. Potential technologies include exploration tools, weapons, and factory buildings. These are essential for maximizing your Pioneer efficiency in alignment with Fixit's core pillars: construct, automate, explore, and exploit. To advance Fixit's mission, all notable phenomena, resources, technology, or other influence should be investigated regardless of any perceived danger, as stated in the Pioneer contract.
All right. And the save game puts us at 1 hour, 55 minutes, and 43 seconds. So 1:55:43.
cool.
And those are the stats we're going to try to beat tomorrow.
Awesome. Okay.
And I'm going to take a quick break inside, and I'll be right back. And I'm going to do that while we're loading the Doc Solo game.
Okie doke.
And I'll see you in a moment.
Okie doke. Okay, Megalith, I'm popping over there to take a look at what you said. Sorry. Been watching Doc stream. Okay, actually, with Doc gone, I think now is a great time to ask this question. Okay. So Megalith is building a text-to-speech app for the stream, which hopefully we'll be deploying fairly soon. And one thing we want to do is have both custom messages through text-to-speech, as well as have some canned messages, like when somebody says "What's up, Doc," we can redeem that. It'll say "What's up, Doc" to Doc for him to hear. But Megalith had the idea this morning. He messaged me and said, "We need text for it, no pipes or no conveyors, and maybe giving Doc a butterfinger." Right? What we want to have is multiple different messages for each one of those, right? For it to write out something else. So if you guys could help suggest some messages that we can use for the text-to-speech for each one of those. So no pipes, no conveyors, pretty much all of the redeemables. We can capture those and play those for Doc, so he'll hear those messages. Okay, I think that'd be a lot of fun. Should we do clean your inventory? I wish. Yeah, so you guys can type it in chat if you guys have a great idea for a message, or yeah, send it directly to Megalith. So it's gonna be fun. The idea is to have some fun with Doc as well. Yep, his Discord name is the same as his Twitch name, and he is a moderator on our Discord, so you should be able to see him on the list. They're pretty high up. So yeah, let's see. Let me go through the potential channel points we'd like to do. So we have a specific redemption for text to speech. So in addition, scan a hard drive. I don't think we're gonna do one for hydrate, posture check, and stretch. Those end up coming up too commonly. I think that might be a bit more spammy than what we want. Definitely for Butterfinger, for no conveyors, no pipes. I think for Kill Doc would be pretty fun. Although typically Kill Doc would have a custom message, and sometimes that's kind of a private thing for you. You know, you send it to me, and I go do it for Doc, and he's kind of surprised by it, that sort of thing. Andrews say, get a Jira service management account and create a request from those parameters. Oof. That's way too official for this sort of thing. Watergon says, maybe a voice line to pet the cat. Ooh. Yeah. To pet the cat or to interact with the cat. You know, you guys notice a cat on the stream, and you guys can redeem for the cat. That could be some fun. Anderstea says, I've been with my head in Jira automations and knowledge base enhancements for the past 2 weeks. I'm sorry. I don't know, maybe that's something you enjoy. Archon says, would it be possible to have a different type of one where we would say a bounty has been placed or something like that? General idea. That would be cool. At this point, we're doing just like the Ada voice, but it would be interesting if we got like the Halo announcer voice type of thing for something like that. That'd be fun. It's time to die. That would be funny. Oh, everybody likes a good share stream, right? Oh, I'm gonna pop over to my screen for a second. I have Minecraft up just because I'm waiting for the download. But something that Garrett and I noticed yesterday, because I was helping him get the voice chat installed and all this stuff. This is still on the Realm. I'm not on the server. So we were playing with complementary shaders. So I was having all the clouds messed up at the moment. But we realized that from the village, you could see Doc's tower, which is insane. How close it is, you know, from the village, which Icy Knight, by the way, made it look great. I love how much these look like villager houses while still being so much better.
Oh, what's this? What's
Right?
this?
Oh, you haven't seen this yet. This is Icy Knight's new village for the villagers. Like they still look like villager homes because they're still wood and stone, but they're so much nicer. You know, there's those houses. There's ones over here as well as the fountain, the blacksmith shop back here. Then my favorite feature, by the way, Ice and Night Garrett had the exact same response that I did. You come down this little path over here, and he kept the pool. In fact, he raised it up a little bit here and put in a dam. Okay? Which means if you come down around this side of the dam, there's actually a waterway coming out of the dam and flowing into the river. So
And this is right close to my house.
yeah, right across the road, and brought it around here. And this part's new. He hadn't done this when I looked at it last, but he connected up the road here up to Doc's Road over here.
Neat.
Yeah,
That's
it
neat.
just looks so nice. So we're gonna get some villagers over here moved in, and bring life back to the area. But yeah, here we are with this build he put together right next to Doc's barn. So,
Okay. Yep. The horse barn, which hopefully will be filled with horses before the day is over.
yeah. Well, not today, but yeah, tomorrow, right? Or soon.
What's this structure to the left?
This is something brand new by Giuseppe.
All right.
Build in progress. So he's putting something together here.
Okay.
Don't know what that's going to be. So always some new stuff here.
Always
So,
something new happening. That's pretty cool. And that's the world we need to save. We just need to make sure that everybody's off the world and that their stuff
Yep.
is saved before we pull our copy.
Yep, it's just us. In fact, that's what I wanted you to do. If you could pop open Minecraft and get that latest save downloading. As of right now, this world is now dead. Okay.
Okay. So you've pulled everybody's permissions so that it stays dead for a bit? Or something?
I'm gonna specifically load up a blank world on Realms so they can't access this, so they know it's gone.
Okay.
So yep, and I've already notified everybody in Discord. So
And you want me to do that before the stream is over?
if you could do it right now, I'd really appreciate it. Just getting that file downloaded
Okay.
because it takes a bit.
I'm in my world now. I just have to alt tab out of it so that I can.
Okay, and let's see.
I don't know that I can get to my. Okay, wait a minute. Let's just go here. There we go.
Wargon says, make sure you get either light up the area in a big range around the village, or give the village a wall to protect the villagers from zombies. So Icy Knight already did a great job of lighting it up. But additionally, we are going to put a villager breeder in one of the houses, intentionally just to continue bringing more villagers into the area.
Yep. So there's a constant flow of new blood, so to speak.
Yeah, yeah, because we know they're gonna die. It's just gonna happen.
That just seems to. They seem to be fairly fragile.
Yep. So, and Dendu, yes, Doc is playing Satisfactory. I was just taking over the stream for a second. He's downloading some stuff, but we're gonna get right back to it.
We are staying satisfactory. Please don't leave. We're already down 5 people in YouTube, but please. There we go.
Okay.
Don't leave while I start the download here, and then I'll get right back to the game here.
Yeah. So I missed a few messages here that I'll read out while I was showing you
Okay,
guys what I was
so-
doing.
Guide me through this, Robert.
Okay, so click on the realm and configure. There we go. World backups at the bottom. And don't not restore that one from download latest. And that's it. And now you can just move that to another window and see what happens.
Yep. I'll just let it sit behind. All right, we are back to my solo world, which, this place is a mess. Honestly, this is just not the way I would normally build a factory, but, it's still early game, and early game is messy. Early game is just messy. So, kind of trying to get my bearings of where I want to be here, see what's going on. I have these containers over here making stuff. There's some versatile framework. We need 1,000 of those. And here is the marked plating. And we need 1,000 of those. So we've got quite a bit of work still to do before we're gonna be able to upgrade phase 2. And we have to do phase 2 in order to get the next tiers unlocked. So we've unlocked tiers 1 through 4, and after unlocking tiers 1 through 4, then they force you to do phase 2 of project assembly before we can move on to before we can move on to the next phases. So we have a few good things unlocked, but obviously still need to do some more significant work here. Now let's go see what is not happening here. Let's figure out what needs to be here. We're missing plate. We've got screws being automatically manufactured, but we don't have plate being manufactured up here. So I'm going to go down here and just manually put in a bunch of plate.
So can I read a comment that went by while you were gone?
Oh, sure.
So Andrew Say was joking about Megalith needing to use Jira to track his requests for comments.
Well, let's use a heavyweight tool to do a lightweight task.
And I kind of mocked Jira and said, "Oh, that's no fun, whatever." And Andrew Say actually gave it a response, which I think you would quite agree with. Andrew Say says, "No, sorry, it is fun. I have the chance to improve people's quality of service and life. One thing I did was change a 6-minute process into a 1-second one on Jira."
Way cool.
You have a little experience with that kind of stuff.
A little bit of experience in optimization, you betcha. That's basically what I was known for. I would be sent into an area to take a process, and I squished it down. By the time I left, I put myself out of work.
Mm-hmm.
And that was, that's literal. I mean, they're just, by the time finance people are not so bright, okay? They're good at numbers. They're good at putting, numbers on paper and telling their bosses how much they spent. But when it comes to processes and data and extracting data and getting the information, that's where I came in.
Mm-hmm.
And they really, really needed help to generally get the data they needed and get the information they needed. And so, anyway, soapbox done. Okay, so I've got copper coming up from there. I've got iron ore coming over there. The iron ore is still looks like they're still on Mark 1 belts, and that's still plenty enough for these smelters. I love how fast these screws are coming on down there. That's good. I think the next optimization is I need to get more. I need to get more plate going into here. So I think the next thing I need to put together is a plate manifold that feeds this right here. And in order to do that, I need iron ingots, and iron ingots are what is really stalling things down here. So let's go ahead and go down there. I mean, look at the slow production of iron ingots. There's just not enough iron ingot production. And that's why our rod production is so slow. I mean, all of this stuff is frighteningly slow.
Yeah, I think you're high enough you can actually start building a manifold of that kind of stuff, right?
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
Is we need the iron ore coming upstairs, and then once we have the iron ore, we can put several smelters together, get ingots, and go from ingots to plates and so forth. So I think first starting to deconstruct all those and getting the iron ore situation straightened out is really where we need to go from here.
Okay.
That's the hardest part of starting one of these builds, is that you build something, but you know that you're going to build it and destroy it.
Yeah.
And that's the hard part.
I have an interesting comment from Andrestea.
Uh-huh.
Says, I hate it when people ask me to implement their idea of a solution. Rather, they give me their problem so I can work with them on an actual solution that's even better than what they came up with. as usually they just don't have insight on the capabilities of technology, or at least none of those that I work with.
Absolutely true comment. So many people, so many people want to just hand you their solution, and literally it's their solution. But the problem is their solutions haven't worked in the past. How would they expect me to implement their solution and have it work any better than what they had implemented in the past? And the frank matter is it doesn't work any better. And that's the problem, is they need literally to back off, give you the problem. You're right. So that you can implement a tech solution that really works for them. So, a number one comment there.
And I think it works outside of the tech arena as well. There's a whole lot of times when you want your users to tell you the problems and the things they experience. You don't want them to prescribe solutions to you because they're terrible at it, just in general. And outside of the tech world, a lot of great diagnosticians are really, really bad doctors.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they can identify problems, but solutions are rather poor. Andrés says, I was once showing something on Amazon. It was showing some old purchase history, specifically the book Surrounded by Idiots. I need some copies of Doc in my company's leadership. Might be able to get more done then.
Exactly. But then you end up with a stupid conflict between, IT, for example. I'm going to use the IT for an example. Don't just give the solution don't just give the problem to IT, because IT is just going to spend all your money and they're going to take twice as much time to get it done. So finance then, and finance management then, tries to hamstring the IT people by give us a schedule, tell us how much it's going to cost, then we'll tell you how long you can take and how much you can spend. What? I'm going to tell you how long it's going to take and how much it's going to cost. Then you're going to come back and tell me that I can't spend nearly half as much as what it's going to cost, and I can't take it near as much time as what it takes to do the right job.
Uh-huh.
I mean, that's an impossible situation. Totally impossible situation.
Understand says the biggest part of my career has been the bridge between business and IT, and trying to get them to understand each other.
Right. How are you doing on that battle?
Oof.
I mean, that was most of my career. Right after I got done getting my bachelor's degree, I ended up getting hired into finance, and the manager that hired me understood he needed an IT focused person. And so really I was one of those shadow IT people the rest of my career at that point. I cajoled IT, cajoled the finance people into believing that IT really can do only what they say they can do. Don't force them into doing what they can't do. So yeah, 90% of my career was them. From then on, just in the systems world. Because I don't know, the IT people would never hire me. So I stayed shadow IT the whole time because finance needed IT people. But whenever I applied for an IT job, I didn't have experience in IT. Therefore, I could never get hired in IT. But I stayed a shadow IT person forever. And I could never understand the culture at Boeing that would force you into these, paths that you just couldn't get out of.
Volocrum says, I'm on the engineering side. I have a solution, and it's usually a hammer. We're going to try and fit this hammer onto the problem, and making it fit is what I do.
Oh, right. Okay.
You know, there's a
Okay.
story you've told a number of times about a change request that was made about when a field is 0 versus when a field is null,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And could you tell the story? But the point I want to make is kind of adjacent to that, because I
Okay.
don't quite remember the whole story.
Well, what ended up happening is here we're developing this app. It's a forecasting, finance forecasting application. And I was in the process of making sure that I worked on the hierarchy side. The hierarchy was just the piece that told where those costs fit into, into the budget, into each of one of the forecasts. But adjacent to me was the rest of my team who worked on the numbers. The numbers that were extracted into the system were worked by the system to create the forecast. Well, there was a $3 million problem. And the $3 million problem was finally brought down to a coding error or we supposed it to be a coding error simply because it was, this must be a pure note, a coding error simply because it took this $3 million and treated it as though it had a value to it in one particular field. Well, what we told IT was that if this field is blank, then do this. In other words, it had to have a value of 1, 2, or 3 to have a value in it. If it had any other value in it, was blank or whatever, treat it in one way. Well, $3 million was not, I mean, that's just a drop in the bucket because we dealt in billions of dollars in this particular function. So this $3 million going the wrong place just simply meant that that particular field was coded wrong. We brought it up to IT, and what had happened is the functional analyst, in other words, the person who took the requirements, wrote it up, said, if the value in this field is null, then do this. Well, IT people know that null and blank are different. So in the case of this $3 million, somebody had put a value in there and had blanked it out, which meant that it wasn't null anymore. It had a value, and now it was blank and not null. And so we said, hey, you had to correct it because we said blank. And he went and poked. There's the requirements. It says if it is null, then do this. So you're gonna have to put in a change request, and it's gonna take, get in the stack of all the change requests and take another 2 months to get to the top of the stack and actually get worked on, if it ever got worked on at all. Well, to finance, that was pretty unacceptable because simply you can't wait for 2 months to get something like that fixed. This one's got no power. You can't wait to get something like that fixed. We were supposed to deploy this thing in less than a month. To take 2 months to fix a $3 million problem, well, not a big deal. It still affected the numbers because we rounded usually up to the thousands. It had to be fixed. Finally, we had to run it up the management chain to the senior management level to get this programmer to back off and just go fix it. Spend the 15 minutes it took to fix it rather than the hours you just took to argue the point. It's just
Still hurts.
so frustrating.
Still hurts.
Still painful. It is still painful. Yes.
Oh man.
And you can tell, yeah, it's still painful today. Anyway.
Andrea has a great similar story. It says, purchasers and forecasting. They tried to convince me once that the reason why we were out of stock of a brand new launch product is that the 3-month average was not high enough to warrant more stock. I told them there was no history on new items, so you need a separate formula for new products, and they said, oh, no, you're just wrong. Nobody's buying this product. We don't need more of them. It's new. There's nothing to buy. Oh man, that's terrible. I'm so sorry.
Oh yeah, that is terrible. Okay, so now I do have a mine right here that is obviously not being utilized to the extent that it needs to be. And if I upgraded this to a Mark II miner, it would be even worse.
Yeah, you definitely have to upgrade those conveyors too, right?
Yeah, that too. But the problem is, look how badly embedded this thing is. I mean, I could knock this wall out and give it space there and come up here,
Is there not room just farther down that hall?
farther down the hall.
Yeah, just farther down this direction. Just make the manifold bigger.
This manifold is making screws. I need the ore to go make something else.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I don't know. Just so what was the question? I'm sorry, I missed the question. I'm doing too many things right now.
So I'm wondering. I probably just need to go ahead and just bust out the wall here. Whoops! I busted out the cable that went to something.
Yeah. I need to change the title of the stream. Whitestone Industries, how's it going? We just finished the speed run for the day. We're going to come back to it tomorrow. In 2 hours, Doc finished all of Tier 1, as well as getting himself a pair of Blade Runners. So tomorrow we will, or next Satisfactory stream, we'll play it again and see how much faster he can do. In fact, let me pop open the split timer here. We put this up on the stream. It took him 15 minutes to the Blade Runners. At 50 minutes, he finished the first
Tier.
piece in Tier 1.
Mm-hmm.
An hour and a half for Part 2, and an hour 55 Part 3. So I'm going to try to beat those dates tomorrow.
And
Next stream.
So you're going to have to modify that, put titles over the times, so that you go run 1, run 2, so forth.
Yeah, I think I'll do a current run and then like 1555 over, and then just note the best next to it.
Okay.
So
Now, understand that 15 minutes and 55 seconds
oh yeah, we need to.
was okay. Okay, so it's yeah, there you go. That's a little easier to understand. Yeah,
Yeah.
15, then 53, then
There we go. I modify the rest. There, I'm dropping the second now just because it's too long.
okay. So the big issue, I'm looking up at my monitor, by the way, to see the thing that you're seeing on the screen up in the upper left.
Yeah.
The issue with the Blade Runners was that I kept on jumping off and missing my jump, and ultimately I ended up dying once and had to run all the way back there. So what should have been maybe 5 minutes at the most took way too long.
Yeah.
So yeah, the next run will be. There we go. Yeah, you're modifying it right on screen.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Something like that. Yeah. I don't have it loading from a text file. Well, again, every time we try this, it'll be a little bit better. Oops.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it'll be something like that.
Yeah. There you go.
And with
A little bit of tweaking, you could get those lined up.
I can change the fonts. They all.
Yeah, change it
line
to
up.
Courier or something like that. That's a monospaced font.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, everything appears to still be running in spite of the fact that I ended up deleting a cable, but everything's still running. So, yeah, I'm thinking of just going straight through here and going up on that platform with this, and then getting what I need. What I need. Yeah. split it right off of there, and then I'm just gonna run it right up there and in. Very good. Okay. It's not pretty, but it works. Interesting.
So we got a new chatter here, Elements.
A new chatter, huh?
Yep, over on YouTube says, love everything you've put out, Doc.
Okay.
Your tips in this game are so insightful and help me understand supply chains so much more. I do have a question.
Yep.
When making mega factories, do you plan them out first or build and customize as you go along?
Both. I would love to say that I planned them all out first. But to be truthful, not as much planning goes into them as ought to. And part of that is because, sometimes you just don't have the ability to plan things out as smoothly and as easily as you want to. So realistically, I struggled. I'll struggle a lot in trying to get a good plan put together. So I hope that answers the question. So in my mega factory, we kept on building floors and kept on building the next manifold, and we just found space and built the next manifold and found space and built the next manifold. Well, that led to a lot of spaghetti. It led to a lot of, the best plans laid of mice and men fail eventually, and ours failed miserably at times, simply because we couldn't get it. We couldn't get some of the things to work. Like, we couldn't get things from the main floor to the second floor. I mean, it just was awful at times. Just trying to get things where they needed to go. And so, so when I say both, I literally mean it is a situation of both, because a lot of times we planned it, and a lot of times we didn't plan it, and the times we planned it seemed to fail almost as much as the times we didn't plan it. So a lot of times the ad hoc ones just work just as well.
Yeah, and it's always a learning experience. So, we do as much as we understand, then push a little farther till we see it fail, and then we do it again. So.
Yep.
Volocrum says, the planning starts and ends with, what do I want to make? Yeah.
Yeah. Yep, that's so true.
Andrew said, I'm pretty sure Icy Knight is younger than any Tandy ever made. So, So Icy Knight has this new video card installed, and he's wanting to test the video card. And people are saying, okay, test it with snakes and Pong.
Snakes and Pong?
Famously very, very hard games for a video card.
Back then they were, anyway.
Back then.
I can't imagine Pong being very difficult for a video card nowadays.
No. And first time chatter, Hack Nasty Records says, hello.
Hello.
Good to have you here. And Elements, in response to your comment, says, insightful. I've had similar experience. I appreciate it.
And some people, if they get overly obsessed about being perfect, struggle to get through that time of imperfection. And I say the time of imperfection really is this mess, like what I've got here. If you were to look at release 1.1 say right now, it's a lot more organized than that. But when you start out the game, you just can't be any more organized than that. It's just literally not possible. And it might sound like I'm just making excuses, but I'm really, I'm really not. I'm really just saying, it's not really possible to make it better than that when you first start out. Now let's see if I can put a conveyor up there. I can hit a conveyor up there. Robert, I just succeeded in getting it up to the second floor.
Nice. Okay, good.
Now, upgrading that conveyor especially is going to allow it to lift it up there and use it. Okay, now I can go upstairs and build my manifold and plug it into this tall container there and start building the next item that I need up there. I don't want to deconstruct everything I've got down below, but gosh, because I do need to reconstruct a lot of it, and one of the pieces of it is going to simply be an iron line up here that's going to actually use and get more of this iron ingot production than what is currently working, because that's pitiful. That's pitifully slow, awful, terrible, horrible. Okay. Okay. So I think I'm going to put...
So Hack Nasty says, I've been watching your videos on YouTube, and you've helped me understand the game tremendously. Glad to see you on Twitch.
You're welcome. Love you to be with us here. Appreciate it. Okay. Okay, right now I can handle 2 smelters with the 1 line if it's running full tilt, because each of these smelters will be able to smelt 30. Wait a minute, I can handle 4. Good, I can handle 4. So backtrack on that. 1 smelter at Mark 1. A Mark 1 smelter on a pure node can handle 4 of these. So, and I'm gonna do logistics. That's why I couldn't find it. Conveyor Mark 3, and I'm gonna turn it around that way.
Storok says, this channel's so relaxing. I love it.
It's meant to be that way. It is definitely meant to be that way. I play the game very relaxed. I don't have any desire at all to get all excited about things. Although occasionally I do.
The speedrunning is definitely a new thing for you.
Yeah.
So, this is not so much a speedrun as a efficiency run, right?
Yeah, how efficient can I become?
Yeah. So we're not going to be tracking his APM or anything like that. So
what's an APM?
Actions per minute. It's something that they track on high-end esports, especially like with StarCraft and games like that, where being able to do 100 actions per minute or whatever, some big deal.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like...
My dad, when he first got his first job out of college, and my dad graduated from North Dakota State University. Okay, so there's my Midwest background. Okay. And when he graduated, he applied to several jobs, and he accepted a job in the Puget Sound area, in a town called Bremerton, that had a naval shipyard. Okay, and the naval shipyard employed him as a civil engineer. And one of the first jobs that he had was to watch the sailors as they were doing the repairs on the dry docked ships and do time studies. Actions per minute. Okay. He handled about a year and a half of that and applied for other jobs. As you can probably imagine, it wasn't all that pleasant to just go and watch people and then work with and try to tell how many things they were doing. They were doing efficiency studies like not Deming, more like the old, the guy we love to hate, that worked in the original manufacturing back in the time when they were still using child labor, and
one of the robber baron types.
Yes.
The big banker. Yeah.
Yeah. If you watch the original Cheaper by the Dozen, it was the story of him and his family, because he had a dozen kids and a wife, and he drove everybody nuts because he was looking for efficiency in everything.
Both Archon Azrael and Volocrum asked about Ford. We're not talking about Henry Ford.
Oh no, we're not talking Henry Ford. Although Henry Ford used his principles, and we still use his principles today, unfortunately.
Jay on YouTube says Shewart.
No. I would remember the name.
The only other name I know in the space is Goldrat, and he came way later.
Yeah, the goal with Goldrat. No, that's much later, and that's in the IT world and not manufacturing. Although he used a manufacturing example for his book, given that.
Interesting. Okay.
Gosh. Why can't I
JM
remember
asked the
his name?
steel guy or the oil guy?
No, he wasn't one of the wealthy people.
Okay.
This was one of the very first management specialists. And he constantly did time studies. Anyway, I will remember it, and I'll bring it up as soon as I remember it.
ChatGPT to the rescue.
Okay?
Taylor.
Taylorism.
Winslow Taylor.
Yes.
Yeah, Taylorism. That's right.
And we still use it all the time on production lines, on everything. They try to get, actions per minute type of stuff.
The Principles of Scientific Management.
Scientific management was his book. Yeah.
Yeah, Andrew Stea got it at the same time. Oh, man.
Taylorism is a bad word when it comes to most management types.
Although I would say it's another one of those principles taken too far, because he did introduce a lot of efficiencies. He did introduce the concept of looking at a process and optimizing for a single process to make it better, right? So he introduced a lot of proper principles, but then he tried to apply it to human behavior, and human behavior is so much more tied to psychology than it is to the motion of your arms as you perform the action.
He tried to turn men into machines. Is what really got him hated by so many people.
Yeah. So Starox, who was in our chat a little bit ago, said, ever since I started playing less than a week ago, my shorts feed is full of your videos, and they have helped me to a great extent.
You're welcome. I like to hear that. And we had a short come out today.
Yep.
What was the title of this short? It was about elevators, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
So elevators, the new 1.1. Limited. I've had limited experience with the elevators so far, just because I'm reluctant to install 1.1 without really understanding what that they've got the bugs out.
Yeah, I agree. So yeah, Hack Nasty Record says he just watched that one. So
Cool. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and start pulling a conveyor on over where I need it.
and Otaku says, "You're telling me we aren't machines?"
We are not machines, definitely. As much as managers want, I mean, like for example, the Mythical Man Month is almost based on the idea of Taylorism. And so many managers get caught up in this idea that, for example, all it takes is adding 2 or 3 more bodies to a project and you can get it accelerated and get it back on schedule, right?
Oh,
The problem is the amount of lag in trying to get somebody up to speed really negates any benefit you get from that person being added to the project. And so that's why they call it the Mythical Man Month. And simply because it's a myth that you can just add a body to it and add their hours to the project, and those hours are magically going to actually be beneficial to the project, especially with somebody who doesn't understand the project, hasn't been with the project from the beginning. So, cool. All right.
Volokram says along those lines: 1 is 2, 2 is 1.5, 3 is 2, 5 is 3.
That's about the right kind of math. Yes.
So Sep asked, was there a purpose for a big stretch of doors that you built?
Big stretch of doors. Where did I build a bunch of doors?
I think you accidentally built a bunch of doors instead of walls. On the other side of your constructors to your right.
I sure did. Okay. I just used the center mouse click and I thought I was pointed to where I needed to put it. So obviously, boopered that one.
Oops.
No purpose to that at all.
Okay, Doc, I'm going to put on my headset for a second and ignore you. I have some spoilers to listen to.
Okay.
Oh, Ben redeemed Butterfinger. My apologies, Ben.
Oh,
I don't think you
you ought to apologize to me.
I'm sorry, Dad. You have a Butterfinger available.
Okay.
Sep laughs about the wall of doors. I thought I was seeing a new strategy.
No, you're seeing a mistake. That's plain, short, simple part of it. Wow. Have ingots coming out already. Okay. I made another mistake. Isn't that terrible?
What's that?
Well, I forgot about the interim step here. These need plates, and I was making ingots, and
Did you actually get to the point of feeding him ingots?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. I think I deleted this conveyor line soon enough that I didn't. But well, yeah, I don't think there's anything.
Otaku says on the whole management thing, Does that math include the supervisors that are needed to watch the work happen? When I did construction, we'd sometimes have so many supervisors, sometimes more than workers present, to supervise.
Right, exactly. Does the Mythical Man Month include the supervisors? Of course not, because they are technically non-value added tasks. Okay? Managing a task does not actually produce the work. Therefore, by project management terms, the Mythical Man Month really only includes the hours that are generating the product at the end, and therefore management hours would not be included. So yeah, you add 5 more people, you need another supervisor. The supervisor's time that's spent not managing or not actually producing the goods is literally going to be not value added to the project. So anyway, a few management primers there, huh? And these produce how much? 30, I believe.
And Starox asked a little bit ago, does the coffee mug have any use, or is it just aesthetic?
It's aesthetic, but I am not hearing something that's useless.
Yep.
All right.
Ooh, Sep asked for any different management book recommendations.
Oh,
The classic. Okay, I know 2 of them that are good. There's the classic. Now these are for manufacturing, but they work for manufacturing and IT to some degree. The classic one is Out of the Crisis by W. Edwards Deming.
yep.
It's getting pretty old now, but it's still very valuable. And the other one is the one by Goldrat. What's his full name? Eliyahu,
The
isn't it?
gold, yeah, Goldrat, Eliyahu Goldrat.
And the neat thing about Goldrat's book is it's written as a fictional story of a guy who is a manager of a plant, and he has to optimize it or else, career
plant's
ending,
gonna get
whatever.
closed.
And it goes through the steps that he takes to come to understand how the plant works and how to optimize it and how to make it work properly, going through a lot of the pitfalls that you typically have for trying to optimize a process, and learning along the way. So it's actually pretty old. It was written in the 80s, I believe. But
And if you want to read an updated version that focuses on IT, read the Phoenix Project.
right. Bolacrum says, I'm pretty sick of the fantasy idealistic books. Some of them feel like it's a cult.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Like Maxwell's books. Maxwell put out a book every week, and all it is a regurgitation of the previous book that he put out. So yeah,
Okay.
24 this, 31 of that, 7 of this. I mean, all of those ones where they give you a number and leadership tricks that'll
Well,
fill in the blanks.
Those books are also just they're the resume for an aspiring C-suite member.
I guess. Yeah. Okay. Resume. Yeah. Okay.
Volcrum says, I remember the 5 a.m. club. It was really bad. I don't know that one.
I don't know that. That's what happened. I was clicking what I thought was far enough over, and look what it actually clicked.
Yeah. Okay. So you grabbed a door instead of a wall.
Exactly. So there. Okay. Now they're walls again. Okay. The next thing I need to do is make plates. And I've got 30 per minute coming out of these things. Found out that they weren't powered up. I've got 30 per minute ingots coming out. Now I've got to make plates here. Let's see what it takes to make plates with a constructor here. Yeah, put it far enough away. And if I configured the constructor to make plates, it's going to make 20 per minute and accept 30 per minute. Good grief, 4 to 4. That's easy. Copy that and paste that here and paste that.
Bollicrum says that the 5 a.m. Club, it was a book that's basically a millionaire fantasy self-insert, takes the main character on a journey to his private island to learn about the magic of waking up at 5 a.m. Well, okay,
Huh?
I blame all of this on Who Moved My Cheese. Okay?
Who moved my cheek?
Okay, not a bad book. Okay? Instructive. But it spawned a whole genre of fantasy business novels. It's useful. It's a useful book. It's not a bad book, but
And it was cheap and small.
yeah.
And it was cheap and small, yes. Doggone it, I'm gonna have to move that.
Bollicrum says the fantasy business novel genre is really oversaturated, even before AI decided to pump out more by the truckload. Oh,
Yeah.
I can only imagine how bad it is with
Oh.
AI added.
Can you? Oh, I can't imagine how bad that is now.
So
I really can't.
I'll say this just because it's too funny. Garrett and I were working for a while on seeing what it would take to get AI to write a full novel, and with very, very limited human interaction, right? And unfortunately, to actually write a good novel, it takes... It's just not there yet. But even for a bad novel, it does take quite a bit of work. But I was able to get the point. We intentionally started with fantasy. Oh,
Fantasy what?
sorry. We intentionally started with romance novels because it's a genre that Garrett and I do not care for. They're also very formulaic, and they're also fairly short. And basically, I can pump out a fairly basic fantasy novel of 45 to 60,000 words in about 3 or 4 hours, and they're bad, but so's the whole genre. And so I can only imagine people who are a little more dedicated, who use better dedicated tools. I'm sure they're everywhere. So Megalith jumped in the middle there.
Okay. And
He says, "Oh my gosh, I missed the Google I/O 25 event. 3D video generation model." Okay. I look forward to seeing some of that.
what's it called?
It's just a 3D video generation model.
Okay. Interesting.
Andrestea says, "I sometimes am asked why I prefer to manage a product over people. And it's simple. I rather work with the people on accomplishing a goal because I see the vision rather than completing a task because I write their annual review.
Yeah. Management is a tricky business. You know, and good managers are few and far between, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Okay, so those should go in there and start popping out there. Okay.
Volochrome, I hate it. He says, you should give the AI a chance to write a business fantasy book about a father and his sons being dropped on a strange planet, learning about the magic of efficiency through agile management communications. Oh, I hate it.
Oh no, Robert, you gotta say you love that one. Can you imagine the things we could write about that?
Oh, man. Yeah, we're basically rewriting Swiss Family Robinson in sci-fi.
Yeah.
Well, no, not quite, but because they already did that. But Otaku says, so what you're saying is AI is basically producing Hallmark level quality in the romance genre. Yes,
Now wait a minute.
100%.
Wait a minute.
100%. Yes.
Uh,
I got this idea because I kept on walking in on Doc and Mama Doc watching sappy love stories directly from Hallmark Channel. And every single time you walk in, it's like, okay, so that's the plot point and that plot point and that. You can identify it beginning to end. Okay, Garrett and
Yes.
I, we love writing. We've been doing our whole lives, and the to the minute perfection on their plots, exactly how they fit, is just, man. Anyway, it's hilarious.
I didn't think that the stream would end on an insult.
That's not an insult.
All right, we have plate coming. And there are the ingots. And that's already full.
Volocrum says that if I ever find a publisher for these books, he expects a gift card so he can read them.
Okay.
Yeah, Archon, you're absolutely right. Archon says Hallmark is utterly predictable, but that's why it draws you in. Yeah,
It is.
you know the story.
You know, there's going to be the conflict at the end that separates the two. You know, commit undying love, and then of course there's the famous Hallmark kiss at the end.
Yeah.
Yes, they're cookie cutter. They're totally predictable. I do understand that, and thank you, Alexa, because I love Hallmark too. I mean, if you want to watch something that still feels good after you watch it, that's the stuff you do. All right, we have a full factory going here now, and this container now has some plate in it, and just connecting it up here to there. Should start getting our factory up and running. Question is, how long is it going to take to get to the end of the line?
Andrastea says, I've been writing a sci-fi series for the past 16 years. I got like the first chapter for about 10 books in the series done and partially built world.
Okay.
Cool. Got fantasy, not sci-fi. Okay.
Okay. Well, at the end of the line, this is getting, at the end of the line, there's 4 machines. It's still getting, increasing in numbers, so that's good. That seems weird because there's 4 machines, 30 per minute, but I thought that these machines were only producing 20 per minute. and they are only producing 20 per minute. So these are going to slow down eventually, and the last machine's going to get a bit starved. But you know, it's definitely not perfectly balanced.
Starrock says he's new, so he's a little bit lost. What is this factory producing?
This factory is producing whatever it takes to get the next tier unlocked.
Okay, more specifically?
Right now, we're producing reinforced iron plate in this
Right.
particular one. So, reinforced iron plate is something you kind of get stuck on. So we've
Yep.
finally got that produced here, because we need reinforced iron plate to produce the smart plating, which I believe we're producing somewhere down here. So let me check.
Okay.
That's the versatile framework, and I need modular frames for that because I'm out of modular frames. This one's using the reinforced iron plate and rotors. And right now, these machines are just singular machines in the respect that they're just being supplied by containers that I have filled up from other places in the factory. So nothing here really is connected to anything. So this side of it here needs more reinforced iron plate, and the whole purpose of building this over here was to start making sure I could put reinforced iron plate in there. And so I'll pull what's in here and go put those into this other container over here, and then I'll go figure out what's needed for the other machine, and we'll just keep them running.
I'm seeing a lot of screen tearing here, and I don't know why. Because I'm pretty sure you turned VSync on. Can you just double check that for me?
I did, and I'm not getting the screen tearing on my side. So
Okay, so it's probably this piece, this machine here.
Okay.
And then-
all right. So I am currently light on modular frames. So where we gotta remember where I'm producing modular frames. Bring some more modular frames up. I need to take a stretch break.
Okay.
And I've got to have my Butterfinger that I keep forgetting. So I will put it in front of me so that I remember it after I take my stretch break. Just a sec.
And Icy Knight is back again. Very cool. Okay, and so you're actually about the same place where Starox is. He's been working on the automated wiring. So, yeah, pretty close to the same. See, there you have the two opposite opinions on Hallmark. Alexa says, I love Hallmark, it feels good. Then right afterwards, Volcrum says, Hallmark makes me absolutely depressed about the state of the world.
Absolutely depressed about what?
The state of the world.
Oh,
Because you
people-
compare the world to Hallmark? Or because Hallmark exists in the world?
okay. So, Icy's back. Tell a friend. Okay.
You know what I haven't done at all today? I haven't told anybody about our Discord channel, because I'm sure we have some new people here. In fact, we've been talking to a few new people here. We have a really
Absolutely.
cool Discord channel where we hang out and talk about Satisfactory and some Minecraft and stuff like that. And we'd love to have you there. One of the cool things is on the first week of the month, Doc does a showcase showing off all the cool pictures you guys have shared in Discord over the last month. And so we have a showcase channel for Satisfactory, showing off builds, showing off just in progress work, that kind of stuff, both for Minecraft and for Satisfactory. And we compile those. We even have a real life channel where people show off what they've built, what food they've made, or their animals and pets. We compile all those with a really cool tool that Megalith built for us, and Doc reviews them live on stream, and it's always a whole lot of fun to watch Doc react to everything you guys have done. So please join the Discord and have fun with us.
Good promo. and literally, I enjoy it. And Robert keeps. I don't peruse um, the that section of the Discord, just so that I can see them for the first time when Robert compiles them and puts them in the presentation. So it really is the first time that I'm seeing them.
So we have 2 technical questions for you.
Okay.
And actually, I'll let you finish eating while I read a different comment first. And then we'll give you the technical questions. So Volcrum says the Hallmark world is all about cheating or questionable interpersonal relationships. I would say you're thinking more of the Harlequin style stuff. They do a lot of that. Hallmark tries to keep it all G or PG. So there's always some small level of distrust between the two, because there has to be some level of conflict to have a story. But that's often mistaken identity or just a natural arising conflict of interest. They try to keep it very G or PG.
Exactly.
And I
That's
hate
one reason why I like the Hallmark mysteries, the Hallmark adventures, the Hallmark romances. All of those basically they're G-rated stuff. You can sit down and your grandkids walk in the door. You don't have to worry about turning the stupid TV off. You know.
Yep.
Anyway,
Okay, so we have the question from Krusty Otaku. He says, would it make sense to get the Summer Sloop MAM research so you can double up the parts needed for the space station?
let's see how far I am away from the Summer Sloop technology.
Okay.
Would that be under alien technology?
I believe so.
Yeah, it's
On the right.
this right here. Production amplifier. The circuit board I can't do. So this one I can't do at the moment.
So we're just a little ways away from that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we could go search for Summer Sloops. That's no big deal.
Yeah. Okay. The next question comes from Watergon. He says, when it comes to power plants based on the different fuel types, what do you do? Power shard the generators to save space or resources, or build a ton of generators to save power shards?
Power plants based on different fuel types. What do you do? Power shards to generators. Power shard the generators to save the space and resources, or build a ton of generators to save power shards. Well, power shards don't save resources because power shards also increase the input that you have to get into the machine in order to get the output increased as well. So there's a 1-for-1 relationship. You put in one power shard, you give it 200% overclocking. You still need 200% of the 200% inflow in order to get the 200% outflow. So space saving, that doesn't happen when you use that. The next thing is to save space. There's so much space in the world that I wouldn't ever worry about space. I'd just keep building more machines. Saving resources in the one respect here, I didn't think that through before I answered. Saving resources in building the power plant itself, those are minimal resources in comparison to the whole scheme of things. So I would power shard them because I wanted the increased production. I wouldn't power shard them to save resources or to save space. I would just
increase power output.
exactly. Are you muted?
No, I'm just standing.
Oh, okay. So that's the one. Was there a second one?
No, that was the second one. The first one was about the summer sloop.
Okay. So yeah, I would love to. I'm not quite sure what it takes to make a circuit board. So let's go see. I don't even think I have the recipe unlocked. Yeah, I don't have the recipe unlocked, so can't really do that at the moment. gotta get farther down the line. And right now, my next focus needs to be on creating the phase 2 over here, the automated wiring. So I need to go make something for automated wiring, and so let's go check and see what that's going to take. So automated wiring is built in just an assembler, but I need to build stators. Then the stators and cable can go into the automated wiring. Okay. So how do I want to approach this? How about if we build a stator line real quick? Go ahead, Robert. Did you have a comment?
Oh, yeah. I was just wondering if you had a stator line.
I don't yet. Yeah. And that's not difficult. I've got pipe, I've got wire. That's not going to be difficult.
Get off. Get.
Is that Kelly?
Yes. Ugh. Get off my chair, you stupid cat.
Stop. Be nice. Be nice. Be nice.
My chair, not yours.
My chair.
You see?
They just have so much love to share, Robert.
No, they're not sharing love. They're sharing my seat.
So automated wiring, you don't see it used in a lot of places. So let me just check on something here.
Volocrum did have a good opinion, good comment to make about the using power shards for generators thing.
Go ahead.
Ice Knight says, the cat said, get off my chair, stupid human. Yeah. No, Volcrum says the power shards are really only worth it for fine-tuning machines. They're absolutely worth it for power plants, though, because it just makes the whole process less complex and less giant, which can save headaches.
Okay. So automated wiring is used in an adaptive control unit later on in the game.
Yeah.
But the adaptive control unit, how many things is that used in? Automated wiring is used to complete deliveries in the space elevator. That's the only usage for automated wiring, it says up here anyway. And then the adaptive control unit, it's included
Right,
there.
meaning you don't use it to build anything directly, but the adaptive control units then used a bunch, so you're going to need a whole lot of them eventually.
Okay. Usage. Adaptive control unit is used to complete deliveries in the space elevator. And used to make the supercomputer.
To make the assembly director system.
Oh, the assembly director system. And the assembly director system ends up being used quite a bit.
Yeah.
So what I'm wondering is how permanent to make the automated wiring line.
I would say don't do a whole ton. You'll definitely need it later.
Yeah, we're talking tier 4 here, and then we don't get to it again until tier 7.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to make another temp line then.
And Philippe says, unless you find circuit boards from crash pods to help unlock the summer sloop in the MAM. So, doing some crash sites might be useful.
Yeah.
Soon on this site.
Yes, I'm definitely getting to the point where I need to start investigating crash sites, getting hard drives, getting summer spoots, Mercer spears. I'm definitely to the point where it's pushing me into that. So let's go ahead and get a stator line running. Stators used a lot. So what does it take to make a stator? Is only an assembler, and the assembler required wire and can't remember. Not a constructor, an assembler. All righty. So a stator is going to need steel pipe and wire. Okay. All right, logistics here. Let's just. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
CJE just saw the thumbnail. I should change it now because we're no longer in
In the speed run.
in the speed run. We finished it. It will return tomorrow. Yeah, we'll change back to the typical live.
I have to say that was quite a funny.
I'm glad you appreciated it.
Quite a funny.
I put together that thumbnail like the 15 minutes, 10 minutes right before the stream.
Now he's bragging.
That wasn't a brag. It was just saying I was pressed for time, so I had to do it quickly.
And he did. He still did a good job.
Appreciate it.
Okay. So iron plate. Iron rods again. Why don't I have iron rods in the depot?
You probably just used them all.
Yeah, I probably did because I'm using them too fast. Using them way too fast.
So Kilney asks, how many of us are listening are working on our own factories in the background?
Probably quite a few.
Yeah. And HD Cummins asks, what's happening, folks?
Okay, let's
Excuse me. You know, one thing that was observed, there's a bit of a conversation going on in the chat, Doc, about clicking on hyperlinks on a web page, and you know how to do that stuff. And somebody commented that some people still double click on links to open them up.
yeah.
You know.
And it's very hard to teach somebody not to do that. Very hard. Okay, so all right. I'm going to go grab as many iron rod as I can and get them started to uploading into the depot.
But anyway, the comment I was going to make is, you know, with the advent of touchscreens and using phones so much, there's actually been a decrease in the pace at which people can go from a thought in their head to an input on the computer. So just the input speed has slowed down significantly because there was the long time when it was people use computers like they use typewriters. They can type very quickly, right? But that's slowed down because now so much of it is done with texting. And the most proficient texter or text typing or text input is still slower than a typist.
Oh yeah, by quite a bit, I suppose.
So that's been an issue, and trying to continue to improve that is kind of a is going to be a challenge.
Okay, so the wiring is still the issue. Okay, in order to do this, I need steel pipe and wire. So at this point, I think I'm going to just put together this manifold with containers. That is the weirdest thing. You put down a container here, then you go to put a container on top of it, and it puts the input and the output opposite.
Yep.
Now, I suppose they figure there's more chance that you're going to daisy chain them from the one up to the other.
I think that's the
that.
reason why, yeah.
But you got to watch that. Definitely have to watch it.
Crusty Otaku says, I'm in college currently getting a bachelor's degree in environmental science. And it's crazy how technologically illiterate a lot of the younger kids are now.
Yeah, that seems to be amazing to me because, you know, my generation growing up, we used to rely on the young kids because they would take to it really quick and it was a new fascinating thing. What I've watched over time as I've continued to teach IT classes is that the kids coming in, they're getting an IT degree and some of them have never touched a computer.
Mm-hmm.
And I go, excuse me? You want an IT degree and you haven't even played with a computer yet? No, they're playing with their Xboxes or their, game consoles or, sorry, I'm going to show my stripes here. Or they play with their Macintoshes, which really don't have a huge domain in the business world.
Yeah.
So, yeah, exactly. That is exactly a challenge that I face in trying to teach.
I think if I had to guess what really happened and what the change is, my era, I'm in my 30s now. In my era, when you went on the internet as a kid, there was nothing there. You had to find things out. You had to discover. Figuring out how to use a computer was hard work, but if you were interested in it, you could learn it. And so I think what happened was, as my generation has gotten older, and we have made things simpler and easier and more accessible, that accessibility has led to a lack of learning and understanding for a lot of people. Mm-hmm. And I think that unfortunately with AI, it's going to be even way worse, where people are just going to say, it's not just the, hey, Google, tell me something. It's just going to be, do this for me. And nobody's going to understand the underneath it.
Yeah.
Julio says, you lost me on the Mac argument. Not sure I got the point.
That a lot of times they'll think that they're using a computer and they're actually just using a Macintosh, and a Macintosh really doesn't have a whole lot of learning associated with really learning the technical guts of a computer. Just because they don't. How do I say this tactfully? They're not a computer.
Okay, I'll translate slightly. See if you agree with me. First off, they're very good for the creative for the creative side. Okay, if you're working in the creative space, they're incredibly adept. But they are tools. They are very, very good single-purpose tools. They aren't an open system like PCs are, where they interface with servers, where they interface with a whole business architecture, and can be used in manufacturing and IT and a billion other places. So therefore, when you use an Apple, you get a very, very sleek interface that teaches you how to do things very, very well, but very narrowly.
Okay, I'll live with that.
Yeah. Okay. HD Cummins says that my dad, an OG tech geek, got me into PCs and building my own. Started with an 89 megabyte hard drive, Windows 3.1, and a 14.4 baud modem. 14.4 is okay. Got me
Okay.
beat a little bit.
And I started with a 9.6 baud modem. I thought it was really cool, and it had a 40 megabyte hard drive, and it was in two partitions that had 10 megabytes on a different partition. So yeah, same era, virtually the same era. What have I done here?
RM Cap says, I work in cybersecurity. It's the same with my field. The young joiners are all well trained on the cloud, but as soon as you talk about anything on premise, they're just lost.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Julio says, I agree that it doesn't force you to learn stuff, but if you're technically inclined, Macs can still do it. The same can be said for Windows PC. Most kids rarely stray from a path of downloading games through Steam and playing it.
Yeah.
I would definitely say that Steam has done the same thing for Windows. Not to the same degree, but Steam has definitely done that.
The only thing I don't like about Steam and Epic and their ilk is the digital rights management part of it.
Uh-huh.
I just, that irks me.
I was actually just about to buy a game because it was on sale and it's something I kind of wanted to play a while ago. And I looked and I'm like, oh, they added the single most heavyweight DRM software attached to it that exists. I'm like, yeah, I could do without.
Really?
Yep.
So what DRM system did they put?
It's called Denuvo,
Okay.
and it's known for being onerous.
Okay. Known for being difficult. Okay.
And Julio says, I'm just waiting for SteamOS to get everyone into Linux-based operating systems. The year of the Linux desktop is upon us. Julio?
Well,
No,
Maybe.
Maybe. One, I hope so. I really do. Two, the year of the Linux desktop has been said every year for at least the last decade. And Julio says, let me enjoy my copium in peace.
they, they've been making progress, put it that way.
They have, and it's been getting better, and it's super cool, and yeah, but more like 2 decades. Okay.
I've got to have 1,000 of these.
Oof.
Oof.
It's gonna take you a while.
Yeah, it's going to take me a while. I got plenty of those because it only takes one of each. One modular frame. It takes 12 steel beams, sorry. But one modular frame. So I've got enough in there for...
Not a while.
It's the last... I've got another 142 that'll pop out. But it's going to take a while to get that many versatile frames. Versatile. And how am I doing here? 50... 100. So there's, just shy of 400. there. So I'm getting there slowly.
Yeah. And Andrea says, I miss MS-DOS.
I do too. I made a lot of money on MS-DOS. Nobody's going to pick up on that comment? Okay, fine.
I do not disagree. MS-DOS was great. I remember all of the shareware games with fondness. We've talked about it multiple times. Okay. Andrea is gonna mute the stream, but it's gonna lurk for a bit because gotta go run some mythics and WoW. Best of luck.
Yes, best of luck.
Redstone Ninja said, "Is Doc thinking about playing Dune Awakening?"
No, don't think so.
I looked at it. I am such a huge fan of Dune and the Dune universe. I love it. Unfortunately, it's a game that requires a decent amount of combat, so it's just not gonna work with Doc, unfortunately. So Icenet asked, when's Doc's plan to fight the Ender Dragon? Because on the server, I need shulkers and elytra. Soon. Soon. That little trademarked soon. Okay? Please be patient. We can talk when we get into the server later today. By the way, Icy, I think you were gone. A copy of the realm has been pulled. The realm is now old. Nothing you do on the realm right now will be remembered. Please do not make any progress over there. Okay?
Unless you want to be erased.
Julio asked, when was DOS's end of life? I don't remember even seeing it.
End of life?
Yeah.
What's that?
When was it depreciated completely? Wasn't it just folded into baseline under Windows?
It was just folded into Windows. You know,
Yeah.
Windows 3.1 came out as an overlay on top of DOS. So you started DOS, then you loaded Windows 3.1 as an app on DOS. Then later on, DOS Windows as it continued to evolve, you didn't have the two-step process at all, and it just became folded into Windows as the operating system rather than DOS as the operating system, Windows as a program.
But, you can always, launch apps from the command prompt if you want to have that old school feeling.
Yeah, you could still program batch files. You could still
Yep.
do all those things.
In fact, yeah, I was still putting together batch files just a few years ago when I owned the bookstore to keep all of our computers running. So, Julio says, I was born in a world where Windows 95 was already a thing.
Yeah.
Oh,
Barely remember Windows 95. Wow.
there were, at least in my mind, I think this is a fairly widely held opinion, there were a few versions of Windows that were stand out better than everybody else, better than all the rest. And I think Windows 95 and Windows 7, I think were kind of the two big, Windows XP and Windows 7 were kind of like the three main pillars of Windows that were good.
And Windows 10 and 11 are making people want to move to Linux and get off of the PC world. Mostly because of the controlling nature of Windows. You gotta have a Microsoft account. To run your PC,
Oh,
you've got to log into
mad
Microsoft.
about that.
I don't, that's just stupid. I mean, I can understand the digital rights management aspect of it. They want you logged into to, their ecosystem so that they can know you have a legitimate copy of Windows. But then again, the operating system should be free. What runs your computer ought to just be free. So,
Wardagon says Windows 10 was pretty good for a while. Then updates happened. Okay. Although I have to say, and this is one thing to Microsoft's credit, okay? You remember the constant updates you needed to do, like back in the XP to like XP to like 2000 era, when you had to do updates, and it was all about the big Service Pack 1, Service Pack 2, and viruses were such a massive deal, and that's when McAfee became a big deal, and like it was a constant struggle to keep your computer from being torched, and you had to train every person on here's what you can click on when you go on the internet, and here's what you can't click on, because if you click that button, you need to buy a new computer.
or we have to flatten and reload it, and you lose all your things that you saved, created, and everything else.
We just got a raid from Ochiniwa with 30
fantastic.
people.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Unfortunately, you kind of caught us right near the end of the stream. We only got about another 15 or 10, 15 minutes left.
But hey, we'll take you for that 10, 15 minutes.
Kilney says, Avast antivirus jump scared you. Avast is pretty bad. Oh, man. Yeah, well, Habitation, you're right. You still do have to teach people about what not to click. But. Yeah, Ochiniwa, we had a bit of a drop in the middle there, so we came back.
Sent Robert something nice for you to walk around in and check out. I hope it will help you big time.
Will do, Ochiniwa.
Okay.
Yeah, she sent me her save file with some guides to get the last of the stuff in the doggo cave.
Fantastic, fantastic, fantastic.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm just kind of looking at how everything's doing here, and we've got screws coming in, we've got ingots being created. It looks like we're full up on all of these machines. They're working. Couple yellow sticks over here, so probably need to check that out. And everything's running over here. Need to keep going. I'd like to at least get to the point where I've got automated wiring being built. So the automated wiring requires the stators, and let's see what else. The stators and cable. Fantastic. And we've got cable being built.
So Giraffe Lambo over on YouTube says, I'm working on supercomputers, and it's tough. Any tips?
It is tough, because that's one of the first things you build with a manufacturer. And I remember getting to that point where, oh gosh, where do you get all the 4 things that it takes? And then how do you get to the point of making sure that those lines stay full so that they actually, perform the way they're supposed to.
Icy Knight says, for supercomputers, check out the OC supercomputer alt recipe.
Okay, I need wire, and wire is being built right here, I believe. And here's a bunch of wire cable. Pardon me.
So Ton said in chat to install Bazite and forget Windows. I'm guessing Bazite is one of the many, many Linux forks. What's it good for?
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, Christy Otaku says, I think the Satisfactory tools that are online really helped me plan out the factory in later game. I agree with that. Both Satisfactory Calculator and the Satisfactory Modeler on Steam are very useful.
Both very, very useful. Okay, so we need an assembler, a row of assemblers here,
Okay. What you making?
making the automated wiring now.
Cool.
Yeah, I think I'm going to put it right. Come on. Behave yourself. It's not going to behave itself, no matter what I try to do.
And Kilney asks, is Dog gathering power shards early game, or does he wait for summer sloops?
I've made several power shards, and I have them in various machines here and there. Probably need to check and see if those machines are actually running full tilt. If they're not, the power shards aren't doing any good. But yeah, I'll unlock things as quickly as I can, especially power shards. All right. I want one more of these machines, but I need reinforced iron plate in order to do that. And I'm building reinforced iron plate over here, I believe.
So Giraffe Lambo asks, how many times have you beat Satisfactory?
Never. I mean, that my expert points just went way down.
Right.
From that, I guess. In our last build, I got sidetracked with the idea of building a gigafactory, where it was fully automated, fully balanced, on and on, and so I just never unlocked that last phase.
Mm-hmm. And we stopped because the game just isn't performant enough to work. I slowed to a crawl.
Yeah, it take 10 minutes or so to just load. And so, and you know, I usually play on that one. I usually play with Garrett and Robert both, simply because they provided their individual expertise. Garrett is incredibly good at decorating and building these fancy buildings, and Robert is especially good at the logistics, getting stuff to and from, and I usually plan them out, do the blueprints and build things. So we kind of split up the duties and built a huge factory and got to the point where the save file was so big it just slowed to a crawl.
We built a new PC to handle it, and that helped for about a month. And then it got me to, it just still wasn't enough. So one thing that'll definitely help is the elevators. Will be replacing, each elevator will be replacing 6 hypertubes, and that should make a big difference. And we're reusing, 36 elevators.
Really? Is that what he counted?
No, sorry, 25 elevators, not 36. I apologize, because it's only at the junctions, but 25 elevators, right? So 25 times 6, that's reducing 150 hypertubes down to 25 elevators, right? That's a huge improvement. So,
And so that'll improve gameplay as well as improve the ability to get around the factory as well too. So
yeah. So yeah, we'll go back to that save.
And Kia the Soul asks a question for you. How do you find a place to build your mega base? what I have looked for, both in the Mega Factory and in the Giga Factory, is a body of water, a large body of water to build it over. The big thing is, in a body of water, you don't have mines, so you're not building on top of mines, and it's flat, and a lot of times you'll end up needing a source of water that is plentiful. So building it over the top of a lake, and frankly, this map isn't going to show. So let's look at the interactive map really quick here. So we ended up building over this lake for the Mega Factory, just to give you an idea. And then we went over to the corner of the map over here.
There.
And we built out right over here for the Gigafactory. So where I find effective is building over these bodies of water, just so I can avoid being on top of mines if I can. And I don't have a lot of obstructions to worry about. You know, there are some flat places that you can get in various places, but you know, big bodies of water sure help when you want to build a factory that's flat. You put it on pillars and raise it up a little bit, and you got your source of water right under it. Another good area would be up in this northern area too here. So a lot of oil fields up in this area too. So got a lot of good oil power over here if you want to build your factory in the northern part over here. So that's kind of what I look for. So let me put this back away. And resume here. Now I just need to get, how are we doing here? We've got almost 300 staters. Yay. Excuse me.
So the file itself is around 25 gigs or so, or megs. So, I mean, file size isn't massive, but what did happen that I think we can improve next time is that Garrett went in and built a lot of the infrastructure early, which means on every floor we have the walls and the ceiling and a ton of lighting. And what that means is that if you're just there in the Mega Factory or in the Giga Factory, you have lighting extending from you all the way to the vanishing point. And that
was too much.
That I think that's just too much because your computer's trying to take care of all of those lights. I think if we had only lit them up as we need them, it probably would have been better. But
hindsight is a great teacher.
Yep. We're also, having that double difficulty because this is a save for the three of us to play together. We're also doing it over the network, so I could still load it in on my personal PC in just a couple of minutes. It's slow, but it works, and I use that all the time in my editing. But when we try to play over a network, that's when we struggle, when we get kicked and stuff like that. So. And then Key of the Soul says, question 2, do you smelt your ores before or after the train?
Before or after transporting?
Yeah.
I like to smelt the ores beforehand, leave the smelters out near the mine, and usually smelt them because you're transporting less items and usually the stack sizes are bigger. So I usually leave that work for out there.
Yep. Valia says, lighting kills. Yes. It does. So a couple people asked about the speedrun.
Yep.
Doc will do his next speedrun on Monday.
Yep.
So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week, or Monday, Tuesday, Thursday of next week, we will do speedruns.
Speedrun.
Yep.
Look for breaking my personal record on each level each day.
Yep.
And I do emphasize my personal record because obviously I'm going to have to get a whole lot better at it than I am to beat the person who supposedly has the record now. So,
Yeah. So, Doc, Megalith has been working on a side project just for his own fun with AI. And he's sharing it with a couple other people in chat, but I want to read it out just so you can hear it because it's pretty neat. He says, I watched a lot of TV shows, but can't remember all the episode details. So I built a convolutional neural network, I think that's what it stands for, model that analyzes episodes for me, extracting key identifiers from scenes, and when given an example image, it can accurately tell me the season, episode, and the timestamp that image appears.
ooh,
And next step is to fine-tune LLM to be multimodal so he can discuss the TV show with the AI.
wow.
So
Okay, that's interesting stuff.
yeah. It's the idea. So one limitation I've seen with AI is just its ability to parse through a large volume of data and grab the right stuff. And so he's building a unique concept of a unique concept of doing that with a television show, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. And he's databasing the information, and with the new SQL tools, like the NoSQL tools especially, you've got the ability to parse through that pretty quickly and easily, which that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and he's talking about using a RAG database, which is something that Garrett mentioned that he wanted to look into for helping store, because Garrett's a novelist, and he's the kind of novelist that likes to design an entire world before he writes. And so sometimes recalling data and information about that world is difficult. And so he was thinking about trying to build a RAG database to store all that info to be able to retrieve quickly and easily using an AI.
Interesting.
So first time chat from Fact Oreos.
Is
He
that
says-
a play on Factorio?
He says, "Excuse me, kind sir. Can I interest you in my religion? Mine is one of destroying nature, and all in the name of exploiting the resources of alien planets and corporate capitalism."
Sounds like he's been playing either Factorio or
Satisfactory.
Satisfactory way too long.
Well, speaking of playing Satisfactory way too long, Doc.
Oh no.
I know, it's terrible, but it is 10 after.
All right, let me just connect these conveyors up here and get this line working.
Oh, those lifts are turned to take that side port, so you're gonna have to change the lifts.
Darn.
Yeah. Factorio says, "Praise be to fix it." Says, "I played both far too long." And Mandarin says, "I never could get into Factorio, just didn't like the combat aspect."
Interesting. I wasn't so much disturbed by the combat aspect. I was more just didn't like the 2D interface, the two-dimensional aspect of it. So
I like to compare the two because when it comes to the combat in Satisfactory, the combat is just superfluous. It's just something in your way because we're on an alien planet. Obviously, there's gonna be animals there, so let's put a couple of animals and give you a way to take care of them. In Factorio, the animals are an enemy, and they'll always be attacking your factory, and so therefore you have to build your factory so it's defensible, and you can work around them. So in Factorio, the enemies matter. In Satisfactory, they just don't. Okay, Megalith. I'll let Garrett know.
Alrighty. Alright, I should have machines all up and running.
And Ben Roberts says, "What'd you do for work, Doc? Something with software?"
Yes. Basically, shadow IT and finance for pretty much my entire Boeing career. Working mostly with databases, data systems. SQL coding was my expertise. That is becoming a pass-through. Okay.
So when you say shadow IT, you mean like, working on illegal projects, stuff that they have to
Illegal? No.
things that the company can't admit to doing, the off the books stuff.
Uh-huh. Well, Overclock says it's a weird excuse since you could disable combat. Can you disable combat in
Yes, you can. In Factorio, you can. Yeah.
Okay, did you tell me I couldn't or something?
Yes.
It's his fault. It's his fault I hated it. Of course.
Again, you said you didn't stop playing it because of the combat.
I didn't. Okay.
You said it was because of the 2D nature.
It's mostly true. I guess.
Yeah. People can play any game however they want. There's no dictation. That's just my interpretation of how the games function. Okay. And Elements says, interesting, I always thought of the combat as necessary and satisfactory for getting coupons much faster in the early game.
Well, you can still kill
Sure.
the creatures, even in playing in peaceful mode.
Yeah.
And
Then
so,
they become just loot bags,
loot bags. Okay. All right, we have automated wiring here coming out. I'll still have to keep on pushing the inside of the inventory. The logistics is not automated completely.
Okay.
So have to do that. So at this point, I've made the progress enough to have all three of the phase 2 space elevator project assembly done. And they're just cranking out product at this point. So it's like the time is far spent. So it's time to sign off. But you're right, we will be back tomorrow. Now tomorrow, there's a mystery to solve. Tomorrow we'll be in Minecraft, and we'll be exploring, of course, all the new builds that have gone on. Hopefully the new server works really well. And we've got a mystery that we've got to unravel. Something's just not quite right. So come see us tomorrow and find out how we can pursue that mystery and find out what really happened. What kind of shenanigans took place under the guise of fair and proper elections. So with that, we'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And thank you all for coming. Appreciate it. Goodbye.